Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome back. Oh, bright and early for another week. Getting right towards the tail end of the Commonwealth's case here, so expecting to see some of the real incriminating stuff soon. So, of course, we haven't really seen that. Just seen some circumstantially sort of suspect things, I suppose, but big problem to overcome with John O'Keefe's body and the lack of any injuries on it of the type that you normally look for when somebody has been hit by a car. Hope you guys had a good weekend. I had a great weekend. I got to do some boxing. Haven't been sparring for quite a while. It's just requires a little bit of a different level of fitness than just showing up to hit the bag and stuff. And it doesn't go real well with all this sitting I've been doing. But I did. My girl Heidi got in there, gave me a couple good hard rounds. Felt wonderful. Nice to just get the engine fired up at those high RPMs. Got to do some work on the trees, on the bonsai trees. Guys, if you're interested in that type of thing, you got to go check out Instagram. It's where I'm going to put most things like that. If I'm going to take photos of the trees or kind of share the tree status or something like that, that's a pretty Instagram thing. So anyway, I did put some stuff up over the weekend. Oh yeah, nice time off. But you know what else I did? You know what else I did, guys? I tell you, I'm obsessed with this taillight. I really am. I'm obsessed with this taillight. Because if they really did frame her, then that's like the first and most obvious part where it happened. And so it should be able to like tell us somehow, shouldn't it? Shouldn't there be a way to kind of tweak out what the story of the frame job is from this taillight? I don't know if there is or not, but I tell you, I'm obsessed with it. So I went back over Maureen Hartnett's testimony. Because we finally got to see it was a little bit systematic. See, part of the problem with all this evidence is we don't just get the lab report where she details everything that she looked at and then everything that she found based on that. Nor do they really systematically work her through what she has and what she did and the conclusions that she drew from it. And I've always kind of suspected, like, if you're not making it clear, is there a reason why? Are you trying to obfuscate? Because if there was a clear point to come out of all the taillight evidence from the Commonwealth, other than just some of this taillight matched to Karen's, which maybe is all they're going for. I mean, that's seems like a strong point, right? But the problem is when I go in and I break down all this taillight stuff, guys, only two out of all of the pieces that fit the taillight, and according to Ashley Valier, it was 23 pieces that fit the taillight. And that means if there's 47 pieces of taillight like we've been hearing about from Ellen Jackson all this time, that means there were 24 pieces that she was not able to match to Karen's taillight. Of those 23 that she was able to match, 2 of them came from CERT. Everything else went through Proctor and Buchanan's hands. Everything else. And of course, the problem with the CERT search is it wasn't documented at the time. It wasn't taken into evidence at the time. All of this evidence just ended up in miscellaneous bags along with the stuff from the planned excavation on February the 3rd, and then that piece that Chief Berkowitz found on February the 4th. These all just ended up being booked into evidence by David DeChico on February the 4th. There's no real chain of custody or anything like that, but before that point. Another thing that I found was interesting, in those early days, the piece that CERT found, the piece that pieces that were found on December the 3rd, and then the piece that Berkowitz found. 7. Those are 7 pieces that matched to Karen's taillight. So out of 23, that means 16 of the pieces of Karen's taillight were found after February the 4th. February the 4th is when they tell us the snow's melting. We saw those pictures. It was raining outside. The snow's melting, and yet like more than 2/3 of the plastic from Karen's taillight, including some of those great big chunky pieces, those weren't found until after all that. Just these, there's no like big smoking gun here or anything that I found, but just a lot of these trends that are fairly sus. It just seems sus to me. After you didn't find any that morning while you were hunting around with the snowblower that worked so well, it was so innovative and worked great. A few other things I noticed, because, like I said, I was obsessed. I went back, I rewatched some of the testimony. I checked some things. I looked at some of the evidence from the first trial. Guys, I was a little obsessed with this. So on the February 3rd planned excavation, this was the one where we've heard that Tully, Buchanan, Proctor, David DeChico, and Evan Brent were all out there at the scene. They found, according to the bag and according to Ms. Vallier's records, they found 12 pieces of plastic, 4 of which matched the taillight, 8 of which did not. They were mixed, meaning color. Some were red, some were clear. Just a mix of 12 pieces. But then I went back and looked at Yuri Buchanan's testimony, because he's the one that testified about the search and what they found. He's like, oh yeah, they documented everything in place. Evan Brent as well. We documented everything in place as we found it. That's kind of weird because they only documented 5 pieces. There are 6 photos that were taken of 5 different pieces, because one was a double. But supposedly 12 were collected. So where's the other 7? Like it gets stranger and stranger. Why are you out there documenting your search and taking photos of less than half of what you say you found? It's a mess, guys. It's a mess. And of course, we already know none of the later stuff was photographed. The stuff where they actually, the pieces match Karen's taillight, they didn't find any of that. Another thing I went to look at, because I was obsessed, guys. I was obsessed. I'm like, well, there are multiple layers to this taillight, right? And they found a bunch of clear plastic, but there's no clear plastic on the outside that was matched up. Only red plastic matched up to that taillight cover. Whatever clear plastic they have didn't cover that little rectangular area kind of towards the top. So maybe this clear plastic just goes to the internal and they didn't try to match that. Nope, guys. That ain't it either, because I went back to the photos from the first trial and there's photographs of matching pieces into the internal clear parts of the taillight. So I don't know what we take from this, if we take anything from it, if it's just a sideline to evaluate. But I have long suspected, as I've said many times, I just feel like there has got to be a hint in here in this taillight evidence about what's really going on. Maybe it's just as simple as more than half of the taillight that they found they were not able to match to Karen's car. And what does that tell us about the conditions out there at the scene? And I mean, where is it supposed to come from? Why is there any taillight out there on 34 Fairview, the 34 Fairview lawn that doesn't belong to her car? How many collisions exactly were there at this point during that time frame? Maybe it's just that simple. But the other thing I really can't help but notice, I mean, of course, all of the taillight went through the hands of Trooper Buchanan and Trooper Proctor. But only two of those, only two of the ones that they found, only those initial cert pieces are the only ones that they can kind of sanitize completely, according to them. According to the testimony, Connor Keefe put it in the bag, totally photographed it. And yet they're not the ones whose initials are on the bag, and it's not entered into evidence on the right day. So, I mean, it's not. That's just part of the problem here. It's not, because you don't have a consistent chain of custody up until the point that those taillight pieces all went off to the lab. So, I don't know. I spent probably far too much of my weekend just trying to dig into that. See if there's anything else here that that we can learn from that evidence. I think just the main thing is how much of that plastic was found after February the 4th by Proctor, by Buchanan. No witnesses, no documentation, nothing like that. Nearly over 2/3 of the pieces matched to Karen's taillight. After the snow was melted. It's just a little bit of a mess, guys. Well, I'm not sure that we know what we're getting today. Possibly going into those Aperture witnesses. Now that we know that they're going to get that little leg up from Judge Cannoni. Had that end of the day ruling on Saturday, or on Friday, where a new report submitted on May the 7th, 12 days ago, mid-trial, apparently setting forth a new theory about the timeline. This is not undue surprise to the defense, not a discovery violation. Still having a hard time reconciling, in my mind, how it's not a new thing if there is a new report. If it's just the same old, why is there a new report? How are we saying that we're changing the timeline, the times when things are alleged, but also we're not? Also, it's the same. All very confusing. Of course, we can't see these reports with our own eyes. So can't just look at it and independently judge all that. But we could be getting close to that. What else do we have, guys? We've got Christina Hanley. I don't know if the Commonwealth is going to call her, because she is the one that was very unhelpful when it came to the bumper sprinkles, the glass that was found on the bumper, and the fact that it does not match the cocktail glass that they found at the scene. So where did it come from? What's the mechanism, the theory of the accident that accounts for glass from something not the cocktail glass being on Karen's bumper? Not sure. We didn't get an explanation for that in the last trial. Who else do we have? We have the mitochondrial and the dog DNA experts. I say dog DNA expert. Of course, they didn't find dog DNA. They tried to find dog DNA, but they didn't. They found pig DNA. But then also the mitochondrial DNA testing that was done on that heroic hair, the hair that clung to the back of the quarter panel, Karen's SUV, all the way through that morning. Well, I mean, from the evening being parked in the garage to being driven over to Jen McCabe's house in the morning to sitting at Jen McCabe's house to being driven over to 34 Fairview, to sitting at 34 Fairview in the storm, to being picked up and driven to Dighton, being towed all the way from Dighton back to Canton, and then sitting in the police Sally Port for several days. That heroic hair clung the entire time, despite being attached to nothing, to that rear quarter panel. So we better get some DNA testing on that. All right, better be significant with all that effort that hair went to. But otherwise, I think we're running fairly short on folks that I expect the Commonwealth to call. Are they going to call Tully? Maybe. They might call Tully. Tully's part of the cert search. If they want to bolster the cert search, then I would think they would call Tully. That is just going to give the defense another opportunity to challenge the chain of custody on all of that taillight evidence, which is probably not particularly helpful, but we'll see. We'll see. So possibly Tully. I really can't think of anybody else they got to have, guys. I've been kind of waiting for Good and Lank. Good and Lank were the two CPD that were on scene the morning that John was found. But there's potentially issues with them too. Good is the one who, according to Katie McLaughlin, was the one that Seraph was going to go get intel about Karen saying, I hit him. When Katie reported that, she said it allegedly in front of Katie and Seraph. Officer Seraph said, go get Goody. Goody testified in the first trial, never heard anything about those statements while he was on the scene. And then Sergeant Lank was there. He did some of the initial interviews inside 34 Fairview. But he's also got his own personal connections with the Albert family. Some of that came out during the first trial as well. Julie Nagel, I don't know if we're going to hear from Julie Nagel or not in the Commonwealth's case. At this point, it's not real clear. And I think we can already rule out most of the other folks inside 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins. I don't think the Commonwealth is calling these folks. Caitlin and Tristan. I don't think the Commonwealth's calling them. We do still have that motion outstanding for the Aruba sisters, don't we? Laura and Marietta Sullivan. Now Hank wants to revisit that. Said initially before trial, no, we're not going to pursue that. No need to have a 404B hearing. I don't intend to put any of that on. But now mid-trial, changed his mind again. Apparently thinks he needs them. Haven't seen an argument on that. Haven't seen a ruling on that. So no idea. No idea if that is going to come out or not. Oh, looks like they are getting started over there. So let's get the courtroom up here.
Please be seated.
May I call the case, Your Honor? Please. For the record before the court, it's Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. We appreciate you here, ready, willing, and able to get started early. So we're happy about that.
Early. We're 5 minutes late.
Those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions?
5 minutes late is early in Judge Bev's court.
Anyone since we left her on Friday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Friday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please. Or Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll call Nicholas Bradford to stand.
Nicholas Bradford. Forget if this is another lab guy.
Step up, face the court, raise your right hand, please. Sir.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name?
Yep. My name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodie Technology
He's the Bodie guy.
And, where is Bodie Technology located?
in Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodie in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodie prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodie?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an
Let's go
analyst?
through your entire career.
in 2014.
Oh, Lally, never changed.
What is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
And what does an analyst do?
An analyst
stock the shelves.
analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably a few, maybe 2 or 3 month training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodie?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with the scientific articles 4 times a year.
Worse
Now,
than Higgins.
If you could
Hi,
just
worse
expound a
than
little
Higgins.
as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yes, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodie?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodie is.
So Bodie is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
Now, you mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where does some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodie?
So I am part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in sort of general terms,
what
how
is
is that
DNA?
analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodie lab accredited?
Yes,
And by whom is it accredited?
through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodie lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And during, after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodie labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodie?
Yes, so we submit the case file with a report on all of our conclusions, and then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results of what they should be.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but
What is
can you
DNA?
explain to the jury what
building
are
blocks?
positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodie Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yes, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And the freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, sir, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
No, it
And
actually
how many
isn't.
steps are included
Interesting
in
studies
DNA
about
testing?
that.
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification, and we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416?
We need another lab number, guys.
Pertaining to this defendant, Karen.
Make sure you've written that down.
Now, you
we're gonna
received
use
those
every
items for
different
testing
number.
from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Part
do
of the
you also, when you
operation.
receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case,
What's that?
that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze, in general terms, evidence in this case?
Yes, so generally we follow that same process with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes, so the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes, so when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if one in every 3 people would be potentially would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we need to we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes, so my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
Okay, and do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it, and inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Get
So
all
that
the
was
numbers on the record.
8-1.1.1.
Critical.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yes. So like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR short tandem repeat testing is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an STR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can. We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Computer tries to make sense of
Now,
it.
item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
Otherwise
what did you
incomprehensible.
conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output, and essentially what that's doing is we input based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population.
No,
so we can do
you
a lot of
don't.
mathematics
No,
and figure out
no.
how rare or common different alleles might be.
Those are different things.
Now, sir, in
There
your
is
comparison
lots here.
analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes, so we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio, and in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 nonillion times more likely, how many zeros are in a nonillion?
Nonillion is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes, so we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Uri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Uri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean? Again,
we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1, That has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible, so we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes, so that would be the hair follicle, and in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes, so the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yes, so autosomal
Lord,
DNA
Lally,
testing.
you're
So
killing us.
autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or STR testing?
Yes, so we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes, so during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the STR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions now.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
What a start to Monday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both your bucanic and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile
The
as it
statistic.
compares to the population of the Earth, for instance,
It's
What does that
not,
mean? What's the significance
it's
of
not
one
the
in
population of the
76,000?
earth, Alan.
Yes.
Ugh.
So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic.
Yeah.
So
like
it
population.
makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals, as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. That you said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-alien,
10.
nearly, correct?
Correct.
So
20,
when you
30,
say there's strong
40.
support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor
Big
in that
factor.
DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there is strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanek and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. Oh, I have
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
No.
All right, you are all set.
Didn't love that, but we'll talk about it more.
You all set, Swiftness? Okay. Please feel free.
Oh, we're going to approach for a sidebar. Oh, I mean, what a waste of a morning, isn't it? That's how you're going to start your Monday after that time off. You're going to bore us with can't put a strong match to Yuri and Proctor being on the taillight, and that's it. And we had to go through all of those preliminaries all over again. What is DNA? Is it the building blocks? Building blocks of the human cells? Ugh. Okay, so the reason why I did not like that cross at all is because I feel like the jury, and you guys tell me what you think in the chat, but I feel like they're more confused now about what the statistic means. Having had that conversation, all we know is that it's a smaller number than the non-alien for Michael Proctor, but they still don't, I think, understand what that means. And I feel like he's muddied the waters by suggesting it has to do with the population. Guys, this statistic does not have to do with the population. It does not mean 1 in 76,000 people would have this. It doesn't mean 1 in, however many non-alien people would have it. That is not what these statistics mean. They have nothing to do with the frequency of these profiles in the population as a whole. It just, remember, we talked about this last week. It's like the bingo wheel, and you pull out the different alleles, and what are your odds of randomly calculating this particular allele by pulling it out of the bingo wheel? And so it gives you a sense of how rare it would be to come across that particular profile in a vacuum type of universe. But it doesn't tell you anything at all about how often does this recur in the population, because you don't know, for example, if that person has an identical twin. And if that person has an identical twin, they could have a very rare population, but there would be at least 2 people that have it. So these are unrelated concepts. And it bothers me when the waters get muddied, because it's so easy to misunderstand what they're talking about. What he's just trying to say is that it's more likely it's not Michael Proctor than that it is. And that 76,000, 1 in 76,000 is the comparison of those 2 scenarios. He said that multiple times, but I'm just not sure that, like, conceptually that ended up being really clear at the end of it. I don't know. What do you guys in the chat think? Did you walk away with the sense that it meant 1 in 76,000 people, for example, have this profile? That's not what it is. That's not what it is. So that's why I didn't love it. This might be me just being a little uber technical, because I've nerded out on the DNA stuff so many times. And this is complicated stuff for lawyers to try to sort out. We go into law because we're not good at math. So how are we supposed to understand statistics?
Call Karl Miyasako to the stand.
Karl Miyasako. He is the replacement for, I believe it was Terry Kuhn. Was she the one from the first trial? No, I can't remember exactly. But did some of the testing. But he's the replacement witness. Yes, test chart. Thank you.
Do you solemnly
Replacement
swear
for
that the
test chart.
testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you
Could
tell
you
us for
please
DNA
introduce
the
yourself
building
to the
block?
jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Karl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodie Technology,
And where is Bodie Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodie Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodie Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodie Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly does laboratory work, and an analyst is allowed to analyze data and write reports.
Now, could you please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician?
So I observed people perform all the tasks that I was training in, and then
it's okay if you do.
I'm supervised performing tasks
Take
by a
notes if
qualified
it's
individual, and then I do competency tests where I'm performing things independently.
Now, is there a continuing educational component of Bodie?
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury what that entails?
So continuing education just allows analysts or technicians to keep up to date with current
Get ready,
topics
Ashley.
within the community
This is
and
Lally.
future advancements
And
in
he's gonna-
technologies.
Now, could you please describe for the jury what type of lab Bodie is?
Bodie is a private accredited forensic laboratory.
And where do your cases come from?
Our cases come from different agencies throughout the country, so law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, other laboratories as well.
And is that purely on a statewide basis, national basis, or something else?
National basis.
And what is the difference at Bodie Lab or Bodie Technologies between a DNA Analyst 1 and a DNA Analyst 2?
The type of caseload and different cases being assigned to these individuals.
Now, what is your current role at Bodie Labs?
My current role is a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst, and what do you do in that role?
So senior analyst provides expertise or leadership in at least one discipline within the company. Senior analysts report challenging cases, are independent of other analysts, and also train other analysts as well.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please.
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can put it as close to yourself as you feel comfortable with. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Yeah, so it starts with receipt of evidence, and then it goes through the laboratory through different procedures up until we develop that DNA profile and it gets interpreted and analyzed.
Now, is the Bodie Lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
We are accredited by a NSI National Accreditation Board.
Now, are there steps taken within your lab at Bodie to prevent against contamination?
Yeah, we have protocols to monitor contamination and to also prevent contamination.
Now, also at the lab, is there a review process, and can you sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process?
Yeah, so all cases go through a review process. So after, let's say, the reporting analyst completes a case, it goes into submission for a technical review. During that review process, the entire case file is looked over. So it's looked over to see if everything was done per protocol, if it's something that I or anyone else in the lab would have done, if any necessary reprocessing steps were taken. Data is reviewed. If there was comparisons, that's something that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusions as the other analysts.
Now, just again, in general terms, can you explain to the jury just a little bit more in detail as far as the protocols that a technical review is concerned with and sort of how a technical review is able to establish that the testing was done in comportment with that?
Yeah, so as me, if I were doing a technical review or look over the entire case file, did what the processing steps happen? Were they per protocol? Is it also something that I would have done in this case? If data is ultimately generated, I also do that comparison. Based on that comparison, what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same as the other analysts? Did we agree? Were stats done? Were they done the same way I would have done it? Essentially, all conclusions would have to be in alignment between both analysts.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process at Bodie Technologies?
So an outside organization sends tests to our laboratory. Everyone participating in these proficiency testing completes their assignment. It gets submitted back to the organization, and they review the results to see if it matches up with the expected results on their end.
And how often do analysts at your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short chain and repeats, STRs, YSTRs, mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, Could you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls, and sort of what is the difference
Every
between the two of
script
those?
is going to be the same,
So
guys.
throughout
This is
processing,
Lally.
we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive control is just a known template that we introduce during processing. It measures the efficacy of the testing and to see if we develop the known profile that we are expecting, just to make sure that testing went as it should have. Negative control, on the other hand, monitors for any type of contamination and cleanliness of reagents. And there's no DNA template introduced in this, so we don't expect data. So once that aligns with it, then we know that reagents used were good.
Now, sir, are you familiar with some mitochondrial DNA testing that was performed at Bodie on lab case number CCA 2416-0023 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And did you also, or do you also receive a corresponding agency case number from that around submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample, and we were asked to type these for mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we used a technique called Sanger sequencing. So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are generally are essentially building blocks of the DNA.
Building
so
blocks,
everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR shorthanded repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
Sitting around the breakfast table thinking about
what is the difference between the two as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically in the shaft end, there's more abundance of the mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Copy.
Yes, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, let's say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Like a copy machine.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Gel? Does your mom
Yeah, so
like
during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, visual, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what was it?
Get our gels before we go see the band.
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
And if you could you please describe what those instruments do or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes, so that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
What is a D loop?
The D loop is the control region.
And how does that D loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hyper variable regions. So HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondria functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Got that,
And
guys.
is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same
Need your gel.
for the
You
known
got a
standard of
D-loop.
John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your
Not
own
enough D-loop
comparative
for
analysis of those two
apparently.
mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Like a foundation.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Got that, guys? It could not
Can you
be
expound a little as far
excluded.
as your conclusion is concerned? What is that? What
Means
does
it
that
could
mean?
be him. Is it
Yeah,
him?
if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? How likely is it him compared to some random member of this
So whenever we
population?
have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 90% can be excluded as being a source of that.
Oh, that's annoying.
And let me ask you just in terms that database used is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we
The fee, glitchy, of course, right when we
profiles
get
in the
a number.
have in the population.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys, but that is kind of intolerable. This is now it's moved somewhere else, I'm afraid. Okay, give me 1 second. I want to see if I can maybe find
How rare would that profile?
a different stream, or see if it was just no, it's very, very glitchy. Might pull up channel 5 here. Okay, hang on. Let me find where we were. The numbers on this one do actually matter because the statistical calculation for the mitochondrial DNA is a little bit different than it is when you are dealing with the autosomal DNA. So I'm going to back us up a couple seconds here.
Hair sample.
It was glitching
Let
from
me
them
ask you this,
too.
in terms that data is used is referred to as MPOP, EMP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what's an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search profiles in the database to see how common in the population. Up in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in the MPOP?
5% confidence. 5% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, you made reference in your
Couldn't get the
testimony a
number,
moment
guys.
before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like a conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher. But at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, Mr. Miyasako.
Good morning.
A couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, and that's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk, and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now, staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do the math. Do the math, Alan. I just did the math.
John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual, but with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right, so Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded, as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive. You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustained.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Are you telling
Nothing
the
wrong with this,
jurors
Bev.
to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you at sidebar.
Sure.
What's the problem? You get to ask that. If it's asked and answered with all the repetition we get from everybody else, that's going to be a little bit annoying. Yes, he gets to highlight that point. Brennan and Lally do it all the time. How many times do we have to hear about DNA being the building blocks of the cell? Of the human organism, whatever. Yes, guys, we did the math last time. I did the math again today. Now, there's a caveat to this, because as you heard, when they're doing mitochondrial DNA analysis, they do have some frequency data for this type of analysis that they don't have for STR, based on what population group you're part of. And so in the US, they'll look at African American, Hispanic, and white populations. It's not clear if he's saying John is excluded, or the hair would exclude 99.895 of just the relevant population, which would presumably be Caucasian people, or if it's 99.895% of the entire population. I assume it's the entire, because he didn't qualify that language. So if we apply that to the current population of the United States of 340.1 million. What that means is that 357,105 people also cannot be excluded from that sample. That's the math. 357,105 people.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe, correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't say that it is per se an individual person, so it's more so the maternal line.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, it's just as reasonable that the hair came from him, correct?
Sustained.
This is likely the hair came from him.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustained.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found. and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe.
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako.
He's really, he knows the assignment.
I realize that you're
Try to
saying
get
it's
it in his
consistent, but it's
talking
also
point.
consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial
Fact, you
DNA
can
is
exclude
not specific to an individual, but just
357,105
the
other people.
maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample.
You're not
But
saying it's John.
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
Sustained.
So in short, Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it. Thanks, Your Honor.
We'll comment there.
So, Mr. Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial profiles from the
Rethink the
hair
direct
sample
now.
from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle and the
Lally
known standard
does.
of John O'Keefe?
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
One final question, Your Honor. Do you also
Do math.
say that 95% confidence that the defendant's nephew?
Yeah, so again, with maternal
You can
populations,
finish your answer. Go.
with maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set.
Do Irish people tend to have a lot of cousins? Mr. Miyasako? They tend to have a lot of cousins.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's next witness is Shanon Burgess.
Ah, here we go. Here we go. First of the Aperture witnesses. Finally, something that might be a bit interesting.
So you're going to step up? Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors, spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shanon Burgess, last name Burgess.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
This guy
Do you
absolutely does
specialize
Civil
in
War
any type
reconstructions
of forensic
in his free
analysis?
time.
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics, another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, in Certified Mobile Examiner, and then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
Could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
Nice.
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have. I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do. Sure. Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who was that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet, so if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes, so I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
in addition to looking at the data, you received photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes, so there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process, whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission.
Yes.
Before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Everyone blowing up.
So
wasn't a
I
crash
did,
report.
again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino. And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffin.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffin's reports?
Mr. Whiffin's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things: user data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were text stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were tech stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many tech stream events were you focused on?
2 tech stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
Now, the studies of those
I don't like what
events,
she
is
did in
that
the
the
driveway
role
in
of the
Dayton?
accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that tech stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the power on the ignition cycle itself is still not time-stamped. They just have timestamps for when after the car was turned on, these other events took place.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
You just turn a few pages so you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this for the course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Exhibit SS for identification.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many, depending on the vehicle, there could be hundreds with very specific functions to what they're, what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's see.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page 3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
You could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box or information that captures some of an event. Where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
And the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a 2022 Lexus, and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023, would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding two events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption, the chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alessi.
Thank you.
So
Yes,
you were
that's
getting back
appropriate.
to the clock. You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
So not an
With the running
external time.
clock, how do you
stopwatch.
determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there was any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data, was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
You can take that down if you'd like.
Sure. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see what how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst, do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So, I will clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. List?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do. Yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components, and that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data, and one way is of looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances though where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an Exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer?
Sure.
I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view, but what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data,
vehicle data,
without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah, so anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an Exemplar vehicle.
What's an Exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an Exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570. That is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it means. So as well as being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle, so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break. Insert a minute
morning break.
Okay. All right, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
You guys enjoyed your nap this morning? Don't worry, I'm here to catch you up on what we heard. Riveting so far, isn't it? So Nicholas Bradford, first the forensic DNA analyst from Bodie Labs. And what did he tell us? He told us that Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor could not be excluded from the taillight, but the strength of the inclusion was more likely than not them, with different degrees. 46 million times more likely that it's 3 unknown people than it's 2 unknown people in Uri. 76,000 times more likely that it's 3 unknown people versus it's Michael Proctor and 2 unknown people. Does the jury understand what any of that means? Not clear, not clear. You know, there was a piece from his testimony that stood out to me. I'll take the fan off. Doesn't look like we're coming back. That little segment on the follicular tissue in the hair, you'd expect to find, that's where you expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA, because that's where the skin cells are in the hair follicle. And they had the root end on this hair, but nevertheless, the lab was not able to find a quantifiable amount of nuclear DNA. I always wonder about that. We had a similar situation in Delphi. All these hair roots that somehow they couldn't get DNA from. Just notable. Like, that's where you expect to find it, and yet you couldn't. So you had to move on to this mitochondrial DNA analysis of the hair. So that was from Karl Miyasako. He knew his talking points, didn't he? He knew he was there to say John could not be excluded. And 99.895% of the population can be excluded. And so when you do the math, guys, that means 357,105 people in the United States cannot be excluded as contributors of that hair. That's the roughly anticipated maternal line that we're talking about would all share that same mitochondrial DNA profile. We did the math last time. Would love to see it done this time, because I think that just helps give you a sense of the scope, the scale of what we're talking about in terms of these numbers, to put them into something just a little bit more practical. 99.895 can't be excluded. Sounds like a lot, right? Sounds like, that means it's highly 99.8% chance it's John, for example. No, that's not what the statistic is saying. Definitely not what the statistic is saying. Saying approximately 357,000 people would have this same profile. So I really would like somebody to do the math at some point. It's just that might be a lot to expect. Lawyers, you know, we go into law because we weren't good at math. So that took medicine off the table for all of us. And here we are today. So, just a cross that did veer into argumentative and going into the circles, because this witness knew his talking point very well. He wanted to answer that question and not, we can't say that it belonged to John. No, you can't. He did confirm that multiple times. You can't say that about mitochondrial DNA because it's not individualized. Same thing with the YSTR DNA that he sort of touched on before. They can do YSTR DNA profiling, but it only tells you in the paternal line. So you can't say if it's the son, the dad, the grandfather, etc. People that share those paternal relatives would then be expected to share the YSTR DNA. So it's not particularly individualized. Lally just came back on that redirect with 99.895% of the population can be excluded. I wish somebody would make him do the math. I really do. Do you think that would the jury be able to understand it better? 99.895% of the population excluded, or 357,105 other people might contribute this hair. This hair could have come from any of those. To me, it's just very, very practical and, I don't know, sensible way to put it. The jury didn't hear the math. Maybe somebody will be able to do the math. Somebody on the jury maybe has math. I don't know. I would like to see that. Brought it up last time. Didn't see it here again. So now we have Shanon Burgess. Shanon Burgess, yes, the first of the Aperture experts. Thought we had to be getting close to these guys. He of the bits and bytes confusion. Indeed. So they've gotten trying to get out ahead of that, didn't they? He thought that there was overlooked data because he mistakenly misidentified bytes as bits or bits as bytes. One or the other. He confused the two. And is it 8 bytes in a bit or 8 bits in a byte? Guys, I don't remember. But there's different amounts in these different measurements. That's kind of the whole point. So they're looking for a time-stamped power on ignition event. And then based on that, you focus on a 3-point turn and a backing maneuver. So here's how I understand what he said so far. The ignition events can be time-stamped. This would be new from the last trial, because at the last trial, we did not have timestamps that we know of. They called them key cycles. When the key is turned to turn the car on, that's recorded in one of these modules, but it didn't have a timestamp before. So this seems to be new information. It sounds like he's saying those ignition events are timestamped. Then based on that, it starts a internal stopwatch that runs and records these other events. So there's a time relation between the power on and then these other events that they can look at their stopwatch and see how much time has elapsed between the time of turning on the car to this event that we're looking at. And they're looking specifically at this 3-point turn and a backing maneuver. So he initially, thought that there was some data missing, but that's because he confused the bits and the bytes. So they did not have any timestamp data in the initial download. We knew that. This new download that happened took place after the trial, right? He's talking about 2024. He didn't even get involved until after the first trial was over. So, yes, he... Note the blame shifting. It's not my fault for confusing bits and bytes. It's because I assumed a competent examiner wouldn't overlook another chip. So that's why I assumed there was a problem with the initial download. Not because I mistook how much data should have been on these chips. It's the other examiner's fault. I assumed competence I shouldn't have. Cute. We'll remember that. I would tend to assume that a competent examiner would not confuse bytes and bits, but perhaps that's just me. So then he discovered, if it wasn't the bytes and bits issue, that there was this other card that was on the circuit board, hadn't been looked at before. They're doing a lot to try to... Oh, some weird stuff is going on with the feed now. Doing a lot with the just the description to try to kind of impeach the initial handling of the board. Oh, look at how damaged it was, and the heat, and this other piece was bent. I gotta say, that doesn't seem that surprising to me. If you're literally going through and desoldering stuff, isn't that kind of a cost, a risk of doing that type of work? I mean, I don't know. I don't build or take apart boards. But just as a kind of matter of common sense, these are small pieces, often very, very close to each other. If you're just applying some kind of general heat to melt the solder, I don't know how you're going to focus that heat just on the connection that you're trying to undo. I mean, it just seems, yes, like it's likely that would be a risk of messing with the board like this, that you would affect other components. But again, what do I know? So a lot of technical language coming out that I'm not sure. I'm not sure that this jury is getting it. I don't know why we need to hear about things like a Burla tool. Is the Burla tool going to be relevant at any point, or was this just an interesting aside? There is a Burla tool. So the SD card that he found has this lock on it. So you have to be able to bypass the lock. It sounds like they are anticipating a potential challenge to that process because they've gone to some length to suggest no problem with trying to bypass this passcode. You can totally do it. You go to the tech pads. Okay. I mean, if I'm trying to visualize this, I'm on the jury trying to sort out what do tech pads have to do with bypassing a passcode? I don't know. Those are just the words that came out of his mouth. So I wrote them down. Usually your job as the expert is to try to make things more clear for the jury. So when they don't actually achieve that, and when they make things more complicated, I always have to assume that there is a reason for that. Okay. One possible explanation for why they aren't making this clearer is because they don't want it to be clearer. They are trying to obfuscate on this point. Because if you wanted us to understand it, you would clarify it. You wouldn't just throw out words that we don't have any frame of reference for. I don't know what a tech pad is. I have no frame of reference for this unlocking process that we're talking about, other than, unlike Gray Key, which appears to be a sort of software-based unlock, right? Where it will just run various passcodes against a phone. If the phone is locked and you don't have the code, it will just run through all of these different code possibilities until you find the one that cracks the phone. So it's like a software-based lock, breaking system. This appears to be hardware-based. I mean, that's what you remove it and you go to the tech pads. Sounds like to me. But what exactly does that mean? I have no idea, guys. I have no idea. Maybe it's some kind of bypass, maybe. Some kind of way to bypass, a hard link that requires this passcode. I don't know. I would be guessing. Then we learned that to try to figure out what they were looking for at all, they used this testing. They did through testing on the Exemplar vehicle. Guys, this means they acquired a 2021 Lexus LX 570 to do this testing on. You know how expensive that was? Commonwealth paid to go buy another Lexus just to have as a test subject. So they can figure out what are we trying to see? What are we looking for anyway? Now they say it's as close to the trim and features as Karen's car as possible. But I have to wonder about that because didn't we just see in one of his earlier slides that there are like hundreds of combinations of modules and manufacturers and so forth that are available, even in the same model and trim type? So I do wonder if we're going to end up with an apples to apples problem here or apples to oranges problem here, or if we are in fact dealing with apples and apples. So that's as far as we have gotten to before the break. Some DNA information that didn't seem really all that helpful to the Commonwealth, but we had to start Monday off with a Lally bang, didn't we? We had to hear multiple times about what proficiency testing is, and that DNA is the building blocks of the cell, et cetera, et cetera. Bottom line, yeah, it could also be from John's niece or nephew, that hair, anybody in the maternal line, such as somebody else living in the house. No way to definitively identify it as an individual. I would really like to have that whole 357,100 people. Hair could belong to them. But that's me, you know, I find stuff like that persuasive, helpful. Not everybody does. Not everybody does. It might just be even more confusing to throw yet another number out at the jury. Be like, no, think about this one instead. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are the real terms more helpful, or is this 99.895 exclusion, but could also be from the niece and nephew? Is that enough to know that this hair is not particularly good evidence? I mean, perhaps just that point is made. So I feel like we're about to get into the kind of make or break it for the Commonwealth's case here. If they're saying they have timestamps on ignition data, then that means they should have a timestamp for when Karen turned on the car at the waterfall and then left the waterfall to drive over to 34 Fairview in the very early morning hours of January the 29th. So there should be a timestamp that's shortly after midnight. And then while that car is on during that phase, the stop clock would be running, and then we should be able to identify exactly how much time after that before these events he's concerned about took place. First, a 3-point turn, and then a reverse car being put in reverse, a backing event. And I hope it's the same backing event that they relied on in the first trial. The backing up at 24 miles an hour in 6 seconds or whatever it was, followed by a sudden stop. We're going to get an Alessi Cross. So that means, he already knows, at least to the extent that this is not new. This is not new stuff now that Aperture has come up with. This is the stuff that has already been provided to ARCCA. So ARCCA has already been able to look at this and evaluate if there are holes in it. So he's going to know what he has to work with coming down the road, and we can anticipate he is going to incorporate at least some of that into his cross-examination of this witness. But yeah, how are they going to tie all the pieces together? That's really going to be the challenge here. I'm still not sure how exactly we're going to connect this to John's phone, the data on John's phone. What about the data on Karen's phone? Are all of these three at some point going to be synced up? Don't know if it is, but we'll see. So finally getting into the technical case, guys. 8 bits is 1 byte. Thank you for clarifying that for me, because I did not remember. I didn't remember, but I knew it was one or the other. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and take us back to the NBC 10 stream, just because I don't know, I like that one. I've been watching that one. I'm used to it. They're not quite back yet, so I'll just go ahead and Get that ready to go live, but no, the sound is still off. So I will monitor it. But we are back on live with their feed. Guys, let's take a chance to see what some of y'all have thought this morning. Shards of words. Speaking of trees, I'm smoking and sending love to you all this morning. Well, good. Happy wake and bake to you as well. Ty, if the glass don't fit, you must acquit. I don't know where that glass is supposed to have come from or what the explanation is for these bumper sprinkles, but it sure does permit some not very favorable inferences against the Commonwealth, doesn't it? Where exactly did this glass come from, if not from the tumbler that was found on the grass at 34 Fairview? Why is it on her bumper? How did it get there? Why did it stay there? Why did nobody see it before Proctor and Buchanan there in the Sallyport? Jen's nefarious 507 call to Coco. Someone videoed and reported that one of the cops' sons was driving around with a broken taillight not long after. I saw this. It was Chief Berkowitz's son, I believe, and there was a missing right rear taillight on the car. Kind of a coincidence, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Coincidences are just coincidences until enough of them coincide that you start to be able to draw inferences from the pattern, and then that is what you call circumstantial evidence. So it's quite a fine line between what's a coincidence and what is circumstantial evidence, but it just depends on how all those pieces fit together. Jen's nefarious 507. It was Berkowitz's son. That is what I saw as well. Looks like they are coming back. Maybe? Natasha loves my coffee cup. Good morning, Andrea. I love your coffee cup. Can you tell me what brand it is? Thanks for all the great coverage. Chris Ruff. Chris with a K. Chris Ruff. Pretty sure I bought this coffee cup at Fred Meyer like a bunch of years ago. I just spilled some of it on my notes. Give me a second.
Back in session, you may be seated.
I'm gonna grab to clean it. I'll be right back, guys.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle.
Oops. Sorry about that, guys.
This LX 570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
Almost a perfect match.
That's turn to page 20, please. tell us what this shows? And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the Exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an Exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are, specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this
Come on,
is
camera
some
guy, do your
screenshots
job.
from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC. And then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle's been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those two photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button,
Welcome to
the
Canton.
screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that whether or not the first power on event for that night, January 29, 2022, was 12:36 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
The objection is going to the foundation for him to be able to offer this opinion as to the timestamp. This is the whole source of the change and interpretation and so on, isn't it? The validation of this clock. What time is this clock? And what's that relative to? How does it correspond with John's phone, et cetera, et cetera? This is at the heart of that conflict that gave us the late produced report and then the clock drift and it says this time, but it's not really that time. I found it quite interesting that he said they compared it to the surveillance videos to look for consistency with the timestamps and events and so forth. Really, those surveillance videos that are so notorious for their precise accuracy in the timestamps, there's like not a single surveillance video that's ever put in evidence that has an accurate clock. They never do. Why on earth would you be using that as some sort of baseline? I have WTF in my notes. What on earth is that even about? Was that to just generally identify that's about the time when people are leaving the waterfall? That's not validating the clock. And it other than just a very rough time frame. So this is why I think they're getting into issues here. Remember when we had that argument on Friday, Brennan's trying to get into time-stamped events. He said that his witnesses are just going to testify to their initial opinions, and then ARCCA gets to testify, and then he gets the rebuttal, the limited rebuttal to ARCCA. So, but the new timestamps were a response to ARCCA making a mistake, right? That was Hank's justification for why this isn't a surprise. This isn't new information. This is just ARCCA made a mistake. And so it's responding to that. So that would mean it's rebuttal. It's not properly part of the case in chief. And that's just part of the issue that we have here with the whole posture of you submitted a report that apparently identified one set of dates, and then ARCCA pointed out your mistakes, and your mistakes were pointed out on cross-examination with Ian Whiffin. So then you filed the supplemental report with new dates that you're trying to say are new times that you're trying to say are not new times. They're the same time. They're correcting the ARCCA mistake. It makes it rebuttal. So this is all just a big mess from a standpoint of what do they get to say and when. And Mr. Alessi seems happy.
Mr. Burgess, could you explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes, so this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community, and it is a process of testing and then validating.
how does that process further validate the accuracy of the times that you are registering and finding?
Sure. So through that testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Approximately.
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, does the power
Use the
out
color of
event,
Violet
is that the
Beauregard
same
right now.
as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12:12:36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with the GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering 2 very different or separate devices, if the time is different, what would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12:12:36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did in testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What
What
is
is the
that
graph
even
on the
as
bottom
far as
showing
the
us?
that's like a
Sure.
Lally
So the
question.
graph is just a graphical representation of the same data representing the power on event on a timeline at 12:12:36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46, where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
9
And
seconds
what's your opinion?
difference.
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs,
But not
are those
accurate.
videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr. Burrell.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
We have an 8
What
second
is the
difference
video on the right?
on that
help us
one
here?
and a 9
So the
second
video on the
difference on
right
the
helps
other.
us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event, that occurs at 5:46:20. Again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that
46:29.
start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent again with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that'd be helpful. If not,
So which, if either of these clocks is correct, Mr. Burgess? And how do they correspond to the John's phone, the data from John's phone?
if you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
Huh. Wonder why not? Should be right there in front of John's house, huh?
You had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or cooperative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
He's sweating now. Yeah, this was the impressive snow. This was a good powder day in Massachusetts. Look at that bumper high. It's a good day to be out with the Nordic skis.
Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred.
Fire
at
this camera guy.
12:35:01 and 2:12:01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12:35:01 to 2:12:01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4:11:46, and the power off event occurs at 4:12:56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4:12:03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4:11:46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4:12:03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4:11:46.
And do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4:12:56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us? Thank you. And similarly,
That's where
does the
they
graph
stopped it?
give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please? Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs, and that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
And based on your analysis of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Could you take that down, please?
So he didn't say no others on January 29th, just not that he studied.
Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see, and is what is generally accepted, is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate. Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between
The display
different
clock is the
devices
same thing.
an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
When you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important tech stream events.
Correct. There were two tech stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two tech stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the tech stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the tech stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about timing from tech stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record.
Oh,
So for
convenient.
instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording you jumping up and down, you would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
No kidding.
When you did your
Which event
analysis
exactly?
during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information and coming to that conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point
Similar
turn,
event?
if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Okay. Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the tech stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page
This is a
39 of
mess.
the PowerPoint.
This is a mess. This is the Waze data, guys. We already know that there's a there's a lag with the Waze
Sorry, if you
data.
turn to
There's
page
clock
38,
variance
please.
as well. And at what point
Can you explain to us the concept of
is
synchronizing
this
clocks?
being
Sure.
registered?
So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock. So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, it's a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone, and we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the
This is
clock
a
for
mess.
one compared to the other.
Guys, a
In
3-point turn
addition to
is not an
specializing
instantaneous
in
event. How long does
Data
it
and
take?
computers and cars, you also mentioned that you
do a 3-point
specialize in
turn?
mobile phones.
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to
Let's lean on that,
analyze
because that's what we
the
got.
iPhone data from Mr.
Ipsy
O'Keefe's
fix it,
phone
guys. I'm an
as
expert.
it
I think
related
so.
to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just one sentence.
Yes,
You did?
I did.
Okay. Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Some Waze.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffin. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffin regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffin.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
To the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah. So that's going to be again the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those two text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So these timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No, so that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
because, again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds, and that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing, so there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
I see. When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59.
Camera guy, wake the
What we
fuck
see
up.
happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. The speed starts to drop
Fire
at that
this
point.
guy, ridiculous.
And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So that's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have
Yes, not a
41,
photograph.
please. Could you break
A
this down for us,
graphical
Mr. Burgess?
representation.
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction, and then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving.
So he's decided these are
southbound
the
on
points that
Cedar
match.
Crest.
Why? We don't
So
know.
the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty
45 seconds.
what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the tech stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the tech stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the tech stream data. So the tech stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a tech stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison?
You just picked a spot in the 3-point turn.
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please.
How do you do this math?
What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of tech stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23 between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These two clocks, one on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12:23:38 a.m., and the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
This is relative to the first tech stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second tech stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second tech stream event.
And what is that second tech stream event?
That second tech stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
And do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is could I turn to 43, please?
They forgot about the Waze monotonic clock, huh?
What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
What a mess. Alessi, please clean this up for us. This is beyond messy.
Lights, please. That's as good as they can be, huh? One's burned out. I'll see conflicts out there.
Having a sidebar for a moment. Okay. I'm just baffled by this since the 3-point turn isn't it's not an instantaneous event. And you don't know at what point in the 3-point turn the text stream data captures it. You just say,
Lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good place. We'll get a little more light in here for a bit. You folks are all set. We'll take a 45-minute lunch and recess, and certainly we'll just follow the jury out.
Thank you. All rise for the court, please.
just for having lunch
Close your
first.
notebook and follow me.
So because a 3-point turn is not a simultaneous event, you don't know when TextStream records that. You say that the event ends on TextStream, but what does it mean? When is TextStream noticing that this event ended? When the car finishes backing up, when the car starts moving forward? Is there any sort of lag here? This is so messy. And then you just have this range from Waze of when you say, okay, the same 3-point turn was ending, and you've sort of picked out data points and corresponding seconds that you think could constitute the 3-point turn. But why you picked this exact range, the change in the bearing, also seems to be a bit arbitrary. I mean, how do you know what a 3-point turn is according to TextStream? Does it start when she slowed, only when she came to a full stop, when she started backing up, when she started moving back forward again, when she turned the wheel? Like where are we counting from? So we have this mess right at the outset of trying to create this clock correspondence based on an event that necessarily takes place over a period of time and is ambiguous as to what it is and when it's taking place. This is so messy, but from that he gets the 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. That's the time frame of the 3-point turn. He has decided, I guess. And so based on that, there's somewhere from 29 to 27 seconds variance. That's why you can't be more precise, because you've picked this very ambiguous data point to try to correspond. This is really just a mess. So the backing up event happened 19 minutes from the ignition, meaning on the Lexus clock, it would be 12:31:43. So that's our constant. That's the one they're trying to say was outside of 34 Fairview. But the problem, tell me if I'm wrong about this, isn't the problem here that you've tied this to the Waze clock? And we already know there's an offset. There's a difference between the Waze clock and the display clock, because the Waze clock uses the monotonic time, meaning it just has its own internal watch that it runs that is different and independent from the display clock on the phone. So don't we already know the Waze clock is off? But this is syncing the 3-point turn to the Waze clock. Guys, I'm lost. This is such a mess. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what I'm supposed to make of this. Oh, here we go. He just independently, he got the PowerPoint that contained what he said are a misleading claim about the variance between the clocks. So he went and looked at it himself and worked on that. So that's the getting out ahead of the where and why and when and how did you decide to go through and do this revision? Because he got ARCCA's report on May 7th, right? And then produced this on May 11th. Commonwealth says May 8th. So went and turned it right around. You might miss some details, like with the Waze clock and stuff. With that kind of turnaround rush to reconcile and save my opinion, perhaps. I don't know, guys. I mean, this is just, it's so fuzzy. Is this making sense to the jury? Is this making sense? Are they following this? Or does this just sound like we're waving some hocus pocus and we're giving you times and we're calling it science? I just don't know if much more than that is really being picked up right now. Really don't. So applying the variance, however, what we get then is the backing event that according to him would be 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 on John's phone. So you have to assume the phone is at the very far end of that variance. In other words, closer to 29 seconds than 21 seconds for the timeline to even still fit, because you have the 12:32:09 event, the finger locking the phone. So if it could be a range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, then 12:32:04 to 12:32:09, that's 6 if you count the first second, 6 seconds before he hit the lock button, and only 3 at or after. Like one would be at the same time these events occur simultaneously. So 2/3 of your variance would not account for the problem with the timeline here. 1/3 of the variance would. And that's before we get into potentially messy stuff with the Waze clock. Oh, guys, this is going to take Mr. Alessi some time. So glad we're going to have the lunch break to recover from that a little bit. I don't know. I don't know quite what is going on with all this. Oh, and did you guys catch? He didn't have camera data from Karen's car. That key cycle that goes from Karen turning on the car at John's house and then arriving in Dighton. Didn't have video footage from that period. How odd. How odd. What a strange piece of data to go missing. What a strange part of the video to go missing. More missing ring video, apparently. Should be there. Even if the camera was motion activated, which this one is not clear to me that it is, but even if it is, then that car, starting up, backing out, doing a 3-point turn, whatever it does to get out of that driveway, should be on the ring camera. And yet, apparently it's not. Yet again, and the only people we know so far that had access to the ring footage were the folks that had access to John's phone. And we have an admission from Yuri Buchanan by way of Michael Proctor that investigators got into John's phone. Access that ring data. Curiouser and curiouser. Guys, so we're supposed to be back in about 10:15 my time, about half an hour. I'm going to take a minute to go through a couple of your comments and questions, but then I am going to do my quick break, go check the trees, all that routine. You know that routine. I did do some heavy pruning yesterday, and so That can kind of have a mixed reaction on the plant. Sometimes they won't take up a lot more. They'll take up like less water because especially if it's hot out, you don't need as much to heat the tree and stuff like that. But some of them also respond to the pruning because pruning triggers growth. It's a very, very complicated thing what you're doing with the pruning. Some of it is, yes, just physically making the tree look different, but you're also affecting the tree's hormonal profile and how the future growth will come out. So it's anyway, plants have different reactions to it. Sometimes they get very thirsty after a good pruning. So I have to go check all that out. But let's see what you guys are thinking. Ty, prosecution about to raise the Coriolis effect. John didn't hit the hard ground. The hard ground hit him. Isn't that one of the Newton's laws? I forget which one it is. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Isn't that the first law? Coriolis force. This force, it's a fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. Oh, this has got to get to the pirouette. I guess this is going to explain the pirouette. Yeah, it's going to take me a few more minutes to digest the Coriolis effect and how that's going to apply to this particular circumstance. But yeah, I don't know what their explanation is going to be. I guess it's third law, equal and opposite reaction, third law. Anyway, I don't always remember the numbers, guys. Fairy Nature asked this before but didn't see answer. Doesn't it make sense for defense to avoid calling Brian Higgins, to not even give him a chance to explain sus parking lot behavior / his playing musical cars at this point? It's just a trade-off. I mean, this makes sense. Yeah, let it sit out there as something suspicious that they certainly should have known about. It happened at their own police department on their own video cameras. So you could just leave it as, shouldn't the investigators have looked into this? Because if it looks sus to us, wouldn't it look sus to investigators? The trade-off is that if you don't call him, you're going to leave some of that other data that you have on the table, and the main one has to do with his phone calls, particularly that early morning series of butt dial, butt answer, butt hang up, butt call back, butt answer, butt hang up that happened with Brian Albert at about 2:22 in the morning. So they don't have another way to get that in. I don't think. Not for the truth of the matter asserted, because that all came from FBI records. They don't have that like on an extraction that's in evidence or anything like that. So the only way they have this is because Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were confronted at the grand jury, the federal grand jury, with this information about these calls, and they explained them all as the butt dial sequence. So you have to have them in, or at least try to call them as witnesses, if you're going to be able to use that. So you'd be leaving that on the table. That's the trade-off. Are the butt dials more important than this potential sus-looking stuff? I don't know. But yeah, it would give him a chance to explain it. But does that hurt you? He's already given multiple explanations for what he was doing at Canton Police Department. You have at least some of those prior explanations in the sworn testimony. First, he claimed he was just going to do administrative work, but we saw he's barely in the police department at all. He goes into that one door, then he comes back out, and then he leaves, and then he goes back to the cars, and then he's doing all the, moving, what looks like moving things in between the cars. So I don't know if then the second explanation he gave was he went to move the cars so that they could, the plow. But we see a, sort of unrelated car move, but the ones he's actually like getting in and out of and turning the lights on and stuff, he doesn't move those at all. So would it hurt the defense to get a third explanation from Brian Higgins? I'm not sure it does. It just lets them impeach him that much harder. So if it's me, I'm probably still falling on the side of I'm calling Brian Higgins, because there's more damaging stuff to be able to elicit, and the trade-off of he gets to explain it, that's not particularly intimidating to me. Let him. Let him, because it'll have to be different than the explanations he's already given before. Midnight Mike, the David Blaine magic hair trick. Yeah, the hair like stayed suspended for how long, how many number of days, under what circumstances. Yeah, sell that on a pay-per-view. Damaris San Giuliano, I suffered through MX Valier's testimony 3 times, twice at half speed, and made a spreadsheet. So many questions to the taillight mystery. Answers anyone. I did the same thing as you. I went back over it. I made my little spreadsheet, try to break down as much as I could. You know, I was interested in like, in which bag, is there any way to determine which of these pieces matched the taillight and which did not? There really wasn't a way to do that from the information that we have from the testimony and what we've been able to see of the exhibits. We just have numbers. So we know, for example, in item 7-12, which is Yuri Buchanik's collection, one of the pieces from the February 10 visit when he was there, for some reason, he puts all this stuff in 2 different bags. One bag, 7-Eleven, is 6 pieces of plastic, some red, some white. And then the second bag was mixed pieces of clear plastic and glass. We don't know how much is glass. We don't know how much is plastic. You know, so I'm able to see from my spreadsheet that of 7-12, with 14 total pieces of plastic or glass, unspecified, 2 of those things ended up matching to Karen's taillight. So 12 of those things did not. Of course, we don't expect the glass to match the taillight. But, you know, were these the only 2 pieces and the rest were glass? Was it half glass and half plastic? We don't know. None of this is specified. So anyway, I did the same thing as you, Damaris. I tried to break it down and get as systematic as I can. And the only real clear takeaway that I have is that everything went through Proctor and Buchanik's hands, and the majority of the taillight that ultimately matched, Karen Reed's taillight was all found after, the initial January 29 search. It was all found after that. So make of that what you will. Ty, 87 Lally Nillions chance it's a match to Amber Heard. Wouldn't rule it out at this point. Hey, I got a big fat fly in here. Wouldn't rule it out at this point. How many zeros after a Lally Millions? Like infinite zeros. Awful lot of zeros there in the Lally Nillions. A cool breeze. How many zeros are in this room right now? Show us on the doll where the zeros are. Really trying to science all that up and make it very persuasive, huh? Mia Camilaroy, what's the bet they'll say they've now found one of Karen Reed's eyelashes on John O'Keefe's shoe after the snow stopped a week later? Maybe they went through and did that debris collection we heard about, but didn't really follow up. Didn't really follow up on the debris. That was in Yuri's bag as well. The bag from February the 10th. Why is there this debris? What's it from? Didn't get a lot of documentation or explanation of that, but certainly, why is there debris collected only on this particular bit of taillight and not all of the other taillight that was found at the scene? I don't know. Summertime, if DNA is found on a cop's dead body, wouldn't it make sense for investigators to compare that DNA with the people in the house John O'Keefe was invited to continue partying at? I don't get it. Yeah, that might make sense. Of course, that might make sense, but you see, you only ask for the inferential inference if you want to get that inferential inference. If you want to be able to suggest there was some contact between John O'Keefe and, say, Brian Higgins, because Brian Higgins's DNA is on John O'Keefe's shirt, you would make that comparison. But if you don't want that inference, you just don't make the comparison, and your explanation is either, well, we didn't have enough reason to go get Brian Higgins's DNA, use a legal excuse, or you just decide now the trace DNA isn't relevant, right? It's only material. It only tells us something meaningful about the evidence when we want it to. But if it tells us something that doesn't fit with our story, then we'll marginalize that evidence. Well, you can pick up trace DNA in the laundry. You can have it from skin cells, contact. They were together in the bar. It only means something when it means what they want it to mean. Young Black economists, they are wrong about most likelihood estimation. I don't know. They are reporting this data in a little bit of a different format than I'm used to seeing it. I'm used to seeing mixed profiles. The likelihood ratio is from like a point, like a small fraction of a number, to 1 to something greater than 1. And that's because a likelihood ratio of 1 means it's equally likely that these things are possible. So if you have lower, so you have you're comparing these two possibilities. The sample contains this person, the sample does not contain this person. 1 is a likelihood ratio of it's equally as likely that they're there as that they're not there. If it's less than 1, it means it's less likely that they're there than that anybody else is in there. So that tends to support exclusion when you have some type of fractional or decimal result that's less than 1. It means it's more likely this person was not in it than that they were. And simultaneously, if it's greater than 1, it means more likely they were part of it than that they weren't. So that's how I'm used to seeing the likelihood ratios reported. I'm sure they have some way of calculating that into a, whatever, 17,000 times more likely, or whatever it was, 75,000 times more likely. Probably some way to do that, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with that particular math. So if somebody wants to do math, by all means, throw it up. We'd love to see how that works. Send it. Illinois State Police stopped sending materials to Bodie Laboratory after state officials determined that Bodie Lab botched nearly 25% of the results. That's not a good rate. That's not a good rate. That is a very interesting piece of information. I was not familiar with that. Didn't come up in impeachment, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe there's no need to impeach Bodie. Just the fact that we can't say this is John's hair anyway is enough. Great, we found a hair. Might be John's, but also might not. Maybe that was enough for their purposes. Alyssa Ramirez, my best theory. John gets bit by dog, falls back, head hits corner of a table or counter. He's left to sleep it off. Later, they try to wake him up and no response. They don't want to be liable, so they place him outside. Well, this, I think the problem that I have with some of the accidental explanations for how all of this came about, because a lot of this fits, right? This could fit a lot of the data, but what it doesn't fit the facial injuries, and it doesn't fit the bruises on the hands. That's what makes it very difficult for me to take this information and interpret it as there was just an accidental fall back. How did his eyelid and his lip and his nose get all cut up? And how did he end up with those bruises on the backs of his hands? I don't know how we account for that in an accidental fallback type of scenario. I mean, that was the whole point of that cross-examination Mr. Alessi did with the medical examiner. Okay, a fallback could create this gash to the head, but a fallback is not going to cut your eyelid, and it's not going to abrade your nose. They never talked about the inside the lip one. I remember that from the first trial. There was like a little cut inside his lip, kind of like, you know, when you get punched in the mouth. Really common to get the insides of your lips all cut up in a fist fight. I don't know why we didn't hear about that this trial. But you know, other than that, I think the rest of this might make some sense. You know, there was something that happened. It was unexpected. And there was an effort to cope with it. I think a lot of that makes sense, but I have a hard time explaining if this is just an accidental fallback because of the dog or because of even some other reason. I don't know how he's getting cuts on his eyes and on his nose. So that's the challenge I have with that. All right, guys, I am going to go ahead and pause now, take my little quick break and step outside. So got about 15 minutes left. Do hang tight. I'll give you some fun little music to listen to, and I will be back shortly. All right, guys, I am back. That didn't take me long at all. We've had a little bit of snow, or not snow, a little bit of rain. A little bit of rain today. That does help keep things a little cool out there. Guys, I was going to go ahead and maybe share a little bit of the bones eyes. For those of you who are maybe not on Instagram. The problem is Instagram doesn't work very well on desktop. So trying to show you a post isn't always the easy thing that it seems like it should be. Let me just try one more way. Yeah. Afraid I'm not going to be able to do that. So it is what it is. If you are interested in the trees, like I said, head on over to Instagram. That will be the place to find that out. Well, guys, in the meantime, what else have y'all had to say? The Dallas fan 1982. So they found his DNA on a car he's literally been in and around who knows how many times. Who would have thunk it, lol. It's significant when they want it to be significant and insignificant when they want it to be insignificant. This is trace DNA, quote unquote, touch DNA on the taillight. Therefore, it means it touched John. And not only does it mean it touched John, but it means it touched John at this particular time when we're outside of 34 Fairview. Okay, that's the inference they want us to make. Whereas all that other DNA that's all over John's clothing, don't pay any attention to that. That's not something meaningful. Oh, and by the way, the other profiles on this very same taillight, don't worry about those either. As long as it's not Buchanan and Proctor, that's all you need to worry about. Wouldn't being able to identify the other sources of DNA on that taillight perhaps give you a little bit of information about how good a source of information taillight DNA is generally? Don't you think that would help you if it's Karen's DNA versus it's the guy at the Lexus dealership who works on Karen's car? Wouldn't that tell you a little different things about what sort of inferences you can draw from the presence of touch DNA being on a taillight? Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm right with you. It's the logic is you get whiplash, trying to follow it because you can't expect consistency. It matters when it matters. It doesn't matter when it doesn't. Don't ask these questions. Just listen to the Commonwealth, what they're trying to tell you. Don't use that brain of yours. I don't need a badge. Honestly, DNA isn't major factor with jury. One expert on DNA was useless enough. Didn't test unknown with key players. Waste of time. Nothing here. And jury is probably trying not to fall asleep right now like me. There's no there with the DNA for the Commonwealth. So, why you're trying so hard to establish something out of this, as far as priorities go, I don't get it. To me, this is low priority for all the reasons we've talked about. Touch DNA, who cares? Even his hair, who cares? This is a car that was in his garage that we rode in all this time. Even if we buy this highly dubious sequence of events, where the car survives being in John's garage for several hours, and then, all the many drives it took after that over the course of the day, and then being back in the Sallyport video at Canton Police Department, back in the Sallyport for several days, 3 days, until the crime lab people show up on February the 1st. Even if we buy... Yeah, okay. Seems a bit dubious that the hair followed this path, but even if we buy it, it's the hair of somebody related to John. It's so not helpful. There's no body tissue associated with any of it, no blood, nothing like that, that would tell you perhaps a little bit more of the story about how it came to be there. But there isn't any of that. So I don't see it being valuable either. I don't know why this is the first thing we go to on a Monday morning, unless it's just they needed some filler. I don't know. Rob, Law and Lumber. So can we talk about the statistical probability of a hair gracefully falling onto the rear bumper of a vehicle traveling 20 plus miles per hour at impact in falling snow? How is hair presence correlated to impact? Great question. You know, if everything else was projected onto the lawn because of the impact, which of course is only a side swipe now, getting that whiplash, logic whiplash again, trying to keep things consistent here, when unfortunately you can't do that for stuff to make sense. The hair is also subject to the same laws of physics. Why would the hair be, I don't know, sucked back onto the car? What's affixing this hair anyway? If there's no like bodily fluid, blood, something like that caused it to be stuck to the car, are we just talking about static cling? Like, is this static cling that held it to the car? I don't know, Rob. I don't think this is the type of thing you can really statistically calculate beyond extremely improbable. We could certainly do some testing, I'm sure. How many times can we test this? Let's hit a dummy that's wearing a human hair wig. Let's hit it in the side swipe mechanism that I understand is being proposed here by the Commonwealth. And let's see how many times one of that dummy's hair ends up attached. I bet you could run that simulation tens, if not maybe hundreds of thousands of times and never get that result. But of course, that's just me guessing. I don't know. I guess we need the actual data. And here's the Commonwealth out spending their money on buying an exemplar Lexus, finding some way to procure an exemplar Lexus to do testing on, when they could have been running stuff like this instead. Yeah, $1 million question there, but we'll never know. We'll never know. Jay Coop, does the hair even matter when his arm shattered the taillight and didn't survive 60 miles in a blizzard? The Commonwealth apparently thinks the hair matters because they're going to spend time on it. And so at some point, surely the jury thinks to themselves, they have their own opinion about what matters and what doesn't. And so surely at some point, do they recognize we are not in alignment with what we think is important here, the Commonwealth and us? The Commonwealth put a lot of time and repetition into getting this in front of us, and it doesn't even matter. You think there's anybody on the jury that's thinking along those lines? Law and Lumber, if we assume the hair survived transport, it's equally likely it was there for weeks. Why not? Yeah, this is a very good point. Why not? Why would we assume if it can survive those types of conditions? Why would we assume we know anything about when it was deposited, and what the circumstances were? Good observation there, Rob. Jennifer Devine, sociological studies say people think Southern people are more trustworthy, but not as smart as the general population. We judge those accents. I don't judge anything about his intelligence from his accent. It's just the combination of, how this guy looks, and then that strong accent coming out. Like, this guy, I swear I can see him in a gray uniform out there doing the Civil War reconstruction. No, not dissing that. It's a hobby. Not one I do, but everybody likes different things. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying I could really see that. That's all. Colors Flight. Andrea, when you get a chance, I sent you an Instagram based off Alessi's description to ME of the head wound, then going back and looking at it. I think I know what the M weapon could be. Thank you so much. I did see, I haven't seen this yet. My Instagram is kind of packed. I'm not great at keeping up on everything I get through there, guys. But I will go back and take a look at this. I did see a TikTok from somebody that I think was claiming to be related to or spouse of law enforcement who say this is a pistol whip. This is a pistol whip injury, and that the J shape that was discussed with the medical examiner testimony and just the pattern of the abrasion. I don't know if that's true or not. So maybe we'll hear something from an expert about it. Probably a defense expert, of course, I would expect. But I am interested in what else we can learn about that wound and what might have caused it. Amanda, a car driven forward onto the tow truck has to back up off of it. The car was pulled forward into the Sally port. So according to what we heard so far, he was able to correspond, a 3-point turn in a backing event. But this is very different from what we got during the first trial, right? Because we had numbers of key cycles during the first trial, and which one was identified as which one and so forth was the issue. Do we have the right key cycle? And so we were able to go back and count through. Here's the known times since it ended up in law enforcement possession, and then kind of counting backwards when we can conclude that the car was turned on and off, because we know it was, would have had to have been turned off when she got to John's house and left it there at Meadows. Would have had to have been turned on and off to go to Dighton, would have had to have been turned on and off to get on the tow truck, turned on and off to get off the tow truck. We didn't hear any of that this time. And in fact, all we heard, we didn't even hear about the details of what this backing event are from Mr. Burgess. I guess we're going to hear that from Judd Welcher. We didn't hear any details about what is that backing event, and is this the same event that they relied on in the first trial to argue, 24 miles an hour and then the sudden stop, etc. Don't know yet how or even if these things necessarily relate to each other. Joshua Frost, is it just me, or does it sound like Aperture was told exactly what they should be finding? It's probably not just you. It's probably not just you. We'd really like you to find some unfound data, really see if you can make something out of it. Probably not just you. Warrior, I think AJ was playing dumb to get him to clarify to the jury that it is not based on population, since there's not 760 non-alien people in the world. I don't know. He didn't make that correction or that specification. He just kind of said you have to be careful about the analogy that you use, because sometimes they could be off. And in this case, we're comparing to, the likelihood of two different scenarios. So he didn't come out and say explicitly, which I would have liked, this number has nothing to do with the population of humans at any point, because people will often misconstrue this. I can't tell you how many times I've read like appeal transcripts, DNA testimony. They're asking questions, they're making arguments, and the attorneys don't really know what they're talking about. And so they'll have, they'll present this testimony, and then they'll be like, and so how many people are on the planet right now? There's like 6 billion people on the planet right now. And so 6 billion is, or 760 non-alien is more people that exist on the planet right now. And it's more people than have ever existed on the human planet. Like, there's ways that they can get that type of information out from an expert without drawing that connection, without trying to get the expert to say explicitly something that isn't true, which is the suggestion that we're saying only 1 in 769 million people would have this profile. But they hint it, right? And they just elicit this population-based kind of evidence to hint at it. But it has nothing to do with population. So that's it's a like pet peeve I have. It's kind of a personal beef. It's hard enough to understand this stuff. And so to confuse it by conflating it with something it very much isn't is risky to me. Because my concern would just be, oh, the jury heard population and the rest of it gone through one ear and out the other. I don't know. I don't know what the thought process was. Lawyer nurse, this guy is an associate of Jessica Hyde. Maybe this guy, Mr. Burgess, doesn't seem to me to be quite as sharp as Jessica Hyde was, but similar role to play for sure, huh? Look at a limited piece of the data set. Just look at this very limited part of the data and tell us things about it. And do your best to make it fit this other data. That's kind of what I get from this guy. Love in Two Limes. Is there any rhyme reason to how legal teams decide which attorney questions which witnesses? Love your stream, Andrea. I direct people here often. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate you doing that. It's going to just depend on the team, what the skills are of the team, and what their preferences are. The way that they seem to have broken it down in this team is that Mr. Alessi is handling the expert witnesses, at least most of the expert witnesses, and then Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti are playing different roles when it comes to questioning law enforcement and eyewitnesses and so forth. So it could just be, random. Hey, here's the stack of the reports that we have in this case. Let's just divvy them out. Let's deal them out like poker cards. And the one you get is the one you're going to handle. It could be something like that. It could be more systematic because it's based on an idea of the trial structure. And so there are themes that are going to be developed. And so perhaps one attorney is in charge of one theme. The other attorney is in charge of another theme, and then they divvy up the witnesses depending on which theme that witness tends to play into. So it could be anything like that. In this case, all we really know is Alessi seems to be the expert guy, and for good reasons by my perspective. Alyssa Ramirez, like the stream. If you and 10 people don't like in the next 5 minutes, something terrible will happen by midnight. Don't break the chain. You've been warned. Re-forward, you'll be blessed. Well, thank you for spamming the chat for me, Alyssa. I'm not very good at that whole hit like, subscribe, all the things that they're supposed to say with the channel. You guys do what you need to do. If you do, great. If you don't, that's fine too. It's really not the end of the world. But if you care to acknowledge the stream, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. Nick Starrow, and they found DNA connecting Rex Hewerman to the Gilgo Beach murders on hair that had been buried for a decade. Yeah, good point, huh? They found all of these old hairs, all of these old trace hairs, and I believe they connected him to his wife and daughter. Found to be his wife's hair and his daughter's hair. That was not particularly helpful for Rex Hewerman. Hard to come up with a non-inculpatory explanation for how there are these series of apparently coincidental connections between him, his computer, his data, his phone, location, all that stuff. Oh, and by the way, DNA also. Very confusing when they can get DNA from a hair root and when they can't. I'm always a little bit suspicious of that. You got shaft, you got DNA, mitochondrial DNA from the shaft, but this rich source of DNA in the hair root, you weren't able to get anything out of. Why? Don't know. And it's just the kind of thing that, somebody who's an expert can go back and look at their testing and the records of their testing and interpret that, see what that means. Was it that they didn't have sufficient quantity? Was it that it wasn't, just from the visible observations of the hair? Is this like an old dried up? I mean, I don't know. But there's, I'm sure, some more detailed information that an expert could get from reviewing the DNA testing file. But we, of course, don't have that. And I, for one, would not know how to interpret that anyway. L'Enfant, hi, is this the guy from Alessi's Friday Motion? Mr. Burgess indeed is. So we can definitely expect the cross to hit on the explanation for the change. Because he's just come in here, hasn't he, and said it's based on a misleading claim about the time clock, about the clock variance. But when he wrote his report, didn't we hear that the reason was to bring the Lexus timestamps in alignment with Mr. Whiffin's report? Isn't that what he said he was doing in that supplemental report that he wrote? Needed to try to reconcile these things. Looks like they are coming back now.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Yes,
Thank you, Your
make
Honor.
sense of this, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shanon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, better fix that.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often in your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law?
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you. And forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
It can, depending on context.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court?
Yes, it is.
Would you generally agree that the work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful and therefore the forensic science must be accurate?
Correct.
It must be methodical?
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Yes.
And above all, it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, do you know the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to
Really
emphasize
acceptable?
the end, the
Yes, it's
evaluation
okay.
and testing of hypotheses.
I'll allow it.
And where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes, that's
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Never
Let's
heard of
start
anchoring
with
bias?
confirmation bias. Is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data and other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to, it's opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Footnote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3. And in page 4, footnote 3, it states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence reviewed by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning, that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct, it did.
Now let's go on to another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
They should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You
Because they
understand
weren't, were they?
what's meant by the term ethics, right, generally?
Yes, yes.
And civil ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials, correct?
Correct.
And a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be, yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Yes, they can be depending on context.
But more often than not, they're important.
Yes, again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries will rely on your CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits.
Now where this is going, if you were watching the commentary this weekend. A little bit of an issue with that degree.
Yes.
Plus, he's only got 1 degree, right? He's not the others who have like multiple layers of degrees.
Welcome. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it, I'm going to be eventually offering it into evidence, so
Okay.
presented to the witness.
So let's mark it for identification first.
Yep, okay.
Exhibit TT.
Let's do it the way it's supposed to be done. It's confusing because Alessi knows this and nobody else does. Mark it for identification, present it to the witness, then get it admitted, and then it becomes an exhibit.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach further?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Aperture has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I'd offer that into evidence.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Yes.
And if you could just, if you want to have the witness hold that, I have some
Hold on,
questions.
let's let it mark first.
Yes. Yep.
Exhibit 183.
Caught that, huh? Might have been Aperture that did it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Burgess, you have in front of you your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then, do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Like this marked as the next for identification only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back on, Mr. Brennan?
But you previously testified you had that degree, haven't you?
May I hand it to the
Indeed.
witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to actually have it marked for identification first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you. I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
No, thank you.
Exhibit 184.
Another CV. Let me guess. It says something different.
Send it back to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be.
Worth a
Thank you.
grape.
And
I'd
when you
say.
had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Violet
Absolutely.
Beauregard is what I was seeing.
So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see. Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's degree.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page?
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed?
Very possible, yes.
Doesn't really matter if he lied about it or Aperture lied about it. They're one and the same for purposes of this testimony. It's Aperture that the Commonwealth hired, isn't it? In fact, if it is them, maybe that will help us discount Dr. Welcher as well.
If I could have this marked, please, and once Mr. Brennan reviews it.
He's trying to shift the blame from himself onto the company, but that's just going to dirty up your other witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have this marked as next identification in order?
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit BB for ID.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
I now, Mr. Burgess, giving you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be, yes.
Now, I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, Mathematics, and Business Administration. Is that correct?
It does state that, yes.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That's what it states there, yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration.
He's not even
No, I do
pursuing
not.
a Bachelor in Mathematics and Business Administration. BGS is what he said, Bachelor in General Studies.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, if you continue on to your photograph, are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Are you
Vaguely.
aware that Aperture has two hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And
You created your LinkedIn
could we
profile,
also
didn't you?
conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients?
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture, correct?
Correct.
And that's the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's
Yes,
a better
sorry,
verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Oh, he's cooking. Look at him. He's a well done lobster now, isn't he? Crack him open.
Yep.
Wow. Within the
You're not
last
letting me
72
do
hours,
that.
he took it down.
Any objection?
I can just see it.
Why? Let me guess what his LinkedIn bio
There's
says.
no representation. No objection.
Exhibit 185.
Let me guess what this is. This is the LinkedIn bio.
when we are done with those, or if I could ask those back to you.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, could I have please the next one marked for identification at this point?
Yes.
Thank you.
Pass the butter. You like lobster too? Is that in Idaho? You like butter with your lobster? It's pretty well cooked now. We don't want to overcook it. Just right. Just the right color of red.
Thank you.
You don't want to make it chewy.
May I present to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure. Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
Woof. If he put it on his own LinkedIn account, then it ain't just Aperture, guys. It's him.
Okay.
Is he going to have to answer some employment-related questions when he gets back to work? Unless we're going to blame Aperture for his LinkedIn profile. Did Aperture make his LinkedIn profile? That would be unusual. Not that it never happens. Some companies that are into that kind of thing, I could see that happening, or at least they make you have a LinkedIn profile or want you to have the LinkedIn profile. It's all part of that rainmaking function LinkedIn has. I can't stand LinkedIn, guys. I have an account up there, but I don't think even looked at it really in years. Every once in a while, like something will come through on my Gmail that something happened. And so I'll look and see. So like I'll log in periodically, but I can't imagine anything sadder than spending a bunch of time on LinkedIn. Maybe that's just me. Maybe it's a great place. Maybe if you go hang out on those LinkedIn forums and things like that, there's a lot of good stuff on there. I just tend to be skeptical. Because if you've been to one networking lunch, you've been to all of them, you know? So this is just a digital networking lunch. Doesn't tend to be the most scintillating or intriguing conversation. Everybody is putting on their mask, on their best behavior, so on and so forth. Not necessarily saying what you really think, but saying what you think will bring that decision to hire you, pay you some money, employment-related stuff. 72 hours within the last 72 hours. That is very interesting because I could swear that's about the time frame about late last Friday when all this stuff was going on. We had that motion hearing, the judgment from Canoni. Yes, not any kind of undue surprise here. Aperture is going to be able to change, and you'll get a vigorous cross-exam, Mr. Alessi, as if you weren't already entitled to that under the Sixth Amendment. You'll get your full cross-examination right about that time. Social media started catching up on there might be a little bit of an issue with his qualifications. Seems like maybe a few times he might have misrepresented what his qualifications are. We'll have to see. Having a little sidebar. because we know Bev isn't happy with this, but you know what? You promised him full cross-examination, and I rather think he's entitled to that. It's not something for you to allow or not allow, as if you are the queen up there, and this court is just a derivation of your power that comes in a direct line from God. It's not exactly that, is it? Not exactly that kind of court. He already has the right to cross-examine. The Sixth Amendment gives him that right. Credibility of a witness, pretty integral. That's what I wonder if they're arguing about up there. Is this collateral? If he lied about his qualifications, somebody else, is that a collateral issue? Because if it's collateral, you're not supposed to be able to bring in extrinsic evidence to prove it. Meaning, the CVs and the LinkedIn bio and so forth. If it's unrelated to the issue presented at this trial, no extrinsic evidence, but credibility is almost never extrinsic.
May I approach your office?
Yes.
Thank you. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? If you could take a moment to take a look at it.
Sure.
Mr. Alessi, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see the
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
So all the jurors can watch him look at the paper. So they moved on to a different one. The VV is a screenshot, and I guess instead. Oh wait, no, VV was the bio
does with
page.
the error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But this is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Ooh.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Is it on his LinkedIn as we sit here today, guys?
To mark it for the next exhibit, please.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
I would like to turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB
Interesting.
acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page, you know people are looking at your education, and you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your posts, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe you know apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Look at your profile.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
Is it?
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
Thank you. And I report if I can have the previous one in evidence. So if you could hold that, this one, sir, and I'm going to get that if I could from you, thank you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back, sir?
Yep, both.
Yes, please.
Yes, there you go.
We have errors. How unfortunate. How unfortunate that they have errors. What else has errors? We are to take it on faith. Your PowerPoint, your analysis has no errors. When this seems like a pretty easy one to get right. Why was he anticipating a degree in 2016 to 2017, but he's or 2018, but he's still pending in 2025?
Document mark for identification.
What kind of train wreck is this guy's personal life? How did you not get your degree done when you've been working on this whole time?
You have this marked as the next for identification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it XX for ID?
Thank you. You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification.
Oh,
You
well,
recognize that document, sir?
interesting.
So it appears to be a CV, yes.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes, so it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture, yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry, let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
Ooh, another day,
And up in the
another
upper
year.
left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Guys, I
And in
think
the
this
spelling of
lobster's
your
going in the
name,
trash.
Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in
Definitely
this
you.
document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh my God, he changed it to 2022.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to
Oh.
education. It states Bachelors of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Was that
Correct.
also an anticipated
So this
graduation
document
date?
represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct.
We
So let's
understand
go
that.
on. So this is the third example, am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No shit, there's a number
Your Honor,
of
at this
errors
time,
in
I
that.
offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 187.
Oof. Errors in pretty basic biological stuff. So once we get into the complicated
Sir,
things, we'll
is
take you on faith.
Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website?
Correct.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct.
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated next to something that you don't possess?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand
You never
your
had.
statement that it's
You never had a degree.
outdated. Isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Isn't
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
right? But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
So let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Ooh.
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I
identified.
Oh, that's
So
another
you
error.
would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business
My
Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
Oh my
And
God.
what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess
doesn't
is
even
an
have.
associate's degree, correct?
Correct.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
What's his associates in, dare I ask? What's it in?
Are you
Please tell
familiar
me.
with the term mendacity?
Oof,
I am not.
there's a good Alessi word. Mendacity. Great word.
Are you familiar with a CV of 2015?
No, I'm not.
Oof. Guys, it gets worse. The internet has already gotten a hold of this. It gets worse.
Yes.
My God, there's another CV. No, he definitely doesn't know what mendacity is, but he sure can identify errors.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
YYYD.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
Look at his
May I
color,
put your Honor?
Yes.
Sure.
the whole top of his head, man.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stand here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
Can he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose,
Yeah, sure.
and just step back.
Yes,
Mr. West.
yep. Sir, do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
In 17 years, he hasn't been able to get a BS.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
Oof.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation?
No,
that-
misinterpretation.
Are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been
It's
in
us,
existence for
guys.
some time, correct?
Not the
Yes,
lie.
I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
No, indeed they haven't. And we'll talk about that when we get to
You
the
work
break.
for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes. Sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
Again, I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them? Or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums or are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have?
Gotcha.
I'll allow that.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insureds?
Objection.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Alessi?
Sure.
I don't know where he's going, but they've relied on this guy to deny claims is where I see the logical progression here. Just like any of you people on the jury that may have had a claim denied, relying on this guy. Okay, guys, I'm going to give you a preview because Pretty Lies and Alibis up on Twitter has already found the screenshots of the LinkedIn. So here's the problem. It shows, University of Alabama at Birmingham, 2016 to 2018, got this BS in applied mathematics and scientific computation. So now it's like something different even than the business. Like business isn't even there, but whatever. He says that's outdated, guys. Here's the problem. He updated his LinkedIn a couple times since then with his employment history. But he didn't change that. He just let it sit there.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Oof.
Yes, I am.
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report, it is a proposed protocol.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that
It's his
proposal,
hair,
you
Jennifer.
explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary.
It is his
based
hair.
on your words, education, training, and background, correct?
That is correct.
And when you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits, B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits is a basic digital forensic concept. And that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip, S-P-A-N-S-I-O-N, from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry, was it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol?
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol. And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications established that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabytes.
Now he's Jessica Hyde.
Is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the Spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
Your protocol for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Yes, it was.
You mentioned Ms. Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that spanking chip during the December 2023 chip-off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in the report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol, yes,
Protocol.
correct.
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct, at that
You
time.
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct, I did make an error.
Yet again.
You
Couple
stated
times.
in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips.
Correct.
I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms, you got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education background and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing. No.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct. Partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
Isn't it the case that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
Well, would it refresh you?
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
What was that affidavit? Signed, file?
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
Anybody smell a little barbecue in here? Nice roasting.
Do you have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank
Aroma.
you.
Starting to feel nice and crispy around the edges. That little sizzling sound in the background, little grease
Yeah,
dropping
Your
onto
Honor.
the flame.
Thank you. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this, quote, incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU, you know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
I do not.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth in this case?
No, I have not.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Way to put him on the chopping block. Bro's not going to have your back
I want to
now.
move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data in science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
Yes, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No, I do not.
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever
Vaguely
used
familiar?
one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You've seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Oh, after trial, he did a supplemental.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
He did a supplement after the first trial. How humiliating. And then they went and hired Aperture.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Guarino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be
Or
the purpose to just
confirmation
skim it?
bias.
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it, you would look for what you want to focus on.
Yeah. And ignore the rest.
And you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Guarino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Guarino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Guarino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it sidebar and find out what's arrested?
Sure.
Yeah, he gets to cross, right? You said if you got to recall Guarino, you're going to be able to do that. So he's going to have a good faith basis. If it's something from Guarino's report or Guarino's testimony or whatever, he can get it in. He's got a good faith basis to ask about it. He can just recall Guarino to get that in. Oh man, he just illustrated confirmation bias, didn't he? Let's bring that all around so full circle. So what you're saying is then that you looked for the stuff that you thought was interesting, and if it wasn't, you ignored it. You didn't pay any attention to it. Just looked for the stuff that you thought would be helpful. How intriguing, you don't say. This is like hit after hit after hit, guys. Alessi is not missing with this guy. He can't miss. This has been highly enlightening and entertaining from the very first moments of this cross. He has kept me engaged through every bit of it. He has not missed yet. If we are talking about a new topic, I already know. Hey, we're going to hit on some issues with this, aren't we? How many CVs do we get up to? Yikes. Don't think he was able to get that 2015 CV into evidence, was he? I think that's when they had the sidebar, and that one was just marked for identification. But he didn't recognize it, so they didn't get to put it in. 17 years he spent working on a bachelor's and never been able to get it. I don't understand that, guys. I don't understand how it's taken you 17 years and you can't get it. You're not prioritizing it, or you've got some major issue going on in your personal life, because it's clearly not interfering with your ability to work, is it? You're working and claiming this credential, but not actually doing the work of going out and earning it over 17 years. Nuts. I did get this hint that at the time he was doing his analysis, Burla didn't offer support for the modules, but it's now updated. Am I to infer from this that Burla now does offer support for these modules? I'm understanding Burla to be roughly the vehicle equivalent of Celebrite. It's a tool to be able to extract and parse and make sense out of things. That's just my guess. But that's That's what it sounds like. So I have to wonder if ARCCA has done that. ARCCA just plug these chips into Burla and give us information based on that. Maybe. Oh.
Jurors, we're just waiting a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. I'm trying to do this without having to step out of the courtroom.
Feel free to stand up and stretch. Well, I'm very intrigued at this point about what exactly is the like average soil composition over here in Canton, because I'm gonna need to know how many trucks is it gonna take to fill the smoking crater that is left on this witness stand by the time they're done with the testimonies today. How many truckloads is that gonna be? Should I be thinking half a truck, 10 yards? Should I be thinking more like 100 yards? What exactly is the nature of our fill material? So Alessi, I guess, has to run and get something. No, because there he is. Oh, I don't know. Don't know what he needs.
Mr. Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
It would be a bit incongruous, Your Honor, but I
Okay.
can do it if Your Honor would like.
Do we have any idea how much longer it's going to be?
I will go check.
Go check.
Oh, 2 seconds.
It was Ms. Little finding it, printing it out.
Pardon me?
There's a second copy coming.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will show this to Mr. Brennan first, and then if the court would like to see it, we've got another.
But that's, thank you.
Brennan. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
No worries.
No worries. It's all good. It's cool. I'm fine. He's still hasn't simmered off. Maybe a little on the forehead.
Yep.
A little back to normal flesh tones.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's okay. We
Sir,
can
I'm
turn
handing
this
you what has been
lobster
marked
into
as
a boot
Exhibit
sole
ZZ
yet.
for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
See, guys, it's not a yarmulke. It's just his hair. It's just his hair. It's a terrible comb over ish, like part combed over. It's just his hair, guys.
Okay.
So I'm going to just ask one predicate question and then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location data information? Okay.
I'll allow that without pursuing
That's
it.
the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Don't know what part of Trooper Guarino's testimony it is, but guess who's running to Trooper Guarino's testimony from the last trial?
On
About
December, we're going to
location
move on
data.
now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module
Oh,
to
no
our office
kidding.
in South Lake.
Exactly. So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination so that you could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day, you initially attempted an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024.
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an Exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, Exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an Exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of Exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the Exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematics systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematics systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? You know.
I do not know.
Now,
I'm
oh,
going to
sorry.
let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question.
Yeah, let's do that.
Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right, so there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There is literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There is no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
And it behaved differently on the exemplar, right? So how it's not an exemplar, you got different results.
Talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3, which would just be restating the, if you'd mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, please. You think you know your report better than Mr. Alessi knows your report? I know where I'm placing my bet on that one. Go ahead and look all
I
over.
apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right, correct. But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I appreciate you checking that, sir.
That's right. Mr. Alessi is right.
Also,
Ew,
and
we all
please keep
did.
your report handy. Your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, but did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time. I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis to determine when precisely the 1162-2 text stream event occurred. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162-2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162-2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162-2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162-2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. Ness.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162-2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis in all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work. Correct. With regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162-1 and the 1162-2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the TechStream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events.
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct?
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
And that's the first time you came up with.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to see exactly what you did, sir.
Sure.
Yes, what?
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a
Copy pasta.
and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
Copy pasta is the only reason it says Mr. Brennan had anything to do with
Do
this.
you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Where's those communication
prepare
records?
the new
Like with
report
Dr.
then?
ARCCA?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSoger.
It's
Correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You
Sure.
agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you
tried
know the
to?
date of Mr. DeSoger's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what
So
I said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claimed was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claimed that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited
2 months.
to do that.
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on
My
testimony.
question, sir, is not your thoughts, just did you wait 2 months?
Just let him finish the answer.
My question, sir, finish it how you'd like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So
I hate those teeth dreams.
did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Sustained.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Like errors?
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention tech stream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I've mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention tech stream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
And you labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, it's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully.
No kidding.
Before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
Yeah, I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
More than he talked to Welcher.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct. To get provided information.
Talk to him more than he talked to Welcher.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
So you reached out to Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
So you were discussing with Mr. Brennan what was going to be in your report, including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Did you agree to a time when you would submit that report?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
So he knew the nature of the report. He knew how far along you were with it.
Correct.
Didn't arrive out of the blue, did it? Didn't arrive out of the blue, did it? Is Bev gravely
Did you have any
concerned?
other calls
What do you
with
think?
anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you have any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it.
Correct.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall, so is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years, this is the first time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
As you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffin?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
You say you're familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffin has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffin's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffin's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware?
I'm not aware of either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffin's reports contain information and some detailed, they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffin's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffin with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffin with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What'd you need hand delivered from Tully?
You know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASL with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report, yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffin or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's the story, and he's sticking to it.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period, no.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025 report.
Let's do that.
Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense. You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Would he be honest about him if he did?
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the tech stream event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of tech stream event 1162-2?
Where's where they got him
January
changing the
30th,
theory?
225 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
Wrong answer. You weren't
What
supposed to give that.
is the timing of the tech stream event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
So why don't I see you at sidebar?
Sidebar. Yeah, what was the time? Was it 12:31? Amigos, it was 12:31 something. I'm betting it's 12:31. Yeah, this is how we get to the change in the timeline, because Welcher took all this information. He's the one to compile it all, put it all together. All these different pieces from the different sources. So he's the one that said 12:31. Why? In part because he's relying on Ian Whiffin and this guy. And this guy, even though he had all of Ian Whiffin's data, didn't think at the time, maybe I should look into clock drift. He just decided spontaneously at some point after the fact to do that. We are to believe. And then told Hank Brennan about it the day before he sent it. Huh, so you mean Hank Brennan knew it was coming? It didn't just arrive completely out of the blue? Surprise you to receive it? Didn't surprise you? Oh, wow. I wonder if Bev has any grave concerns about the representations that have been made to her about the timing and manner of production of this supplemental report. What do you think? Are we going to have a harsh talking to on the record at the close of court today? Any takers on that bet? Who thinks Bev's going to lecture Hank over her grave concerns about his candor to the court? You want to bet, Kristen? You want to bet? You want to make it interesting? Because I sure bet you can. I sure bet you can. Immaterial, doesn't matter, insignificant, proves nothing. Taking his words out of context, misinterpreting.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162-2 tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the tech stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was the foundation he needed, that he is aware of the slide from Welcher's voir dire, or from Welcher's presentation.
May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. And of course, recording.
AAA for identification.
Thank you. May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with tech stream event 1162.2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay?
Fair enough, Your Honor. And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
Exhibit 188.
Could someone provide me with that 143 page today, please?
Sorry, what were you asking for?
We can,
For a copy for me of that 143
We're asking,
pages. Before we leave today.
before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the infotainment, for when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
So that would be tech stream trigger, just for clarification, but yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct, and I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
He got it
just going
wrong.
to
Welcher
leave it
got it
go
wrong
on.
too.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38 and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. per report from Ian Whiffin, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right, but in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffin that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffin says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So
That's right, Mark.
And Dr. Welcher wrote this. The slide he presented, it stated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated, but do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report. Correct.
Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffin's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffin states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection. So the same, I'm going to strike it, do it the same way, Mr. Alessi, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffin has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffin has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Alessi, why don't you show it to me?
That's what I was
Because we're asking
Your Honor.
him,
And
Judge.
we could put it, we've got it, that's already in evidence on the screen.
You didn't.
It's already in evidence.
You said
So are
do
you
it the
talking
same
about
way.
Mr. Whiffin's report, or you?
Correct, well, you know what, I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor. I'll do it the way you suggest.
Just show him. You got to ask if he knows first, and then you go and refresh him.
Sir,
Whatever.
do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffin has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffin, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffin has stated pocket state detected? Would that help you?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if we could have a moment.
Bev's ready for the end of day, isn't she? How much more damage can he do in 12 minutes?
I'm just going to go to the page so we can do this.
Oh, yikes. Backing slowly away through the shrubbery while we're visualizing Simpsons gifts.
This is heavily highlighted, but this is only 2 pages out. No, I'm saying this is steps down.
He might be coming back tomorrow for even more fun.
Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Agreement of sorts.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffin that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffin made about pocket state.
Objection.
She knew that was coming.
For 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
She was already smiling. She was waiting. She was waiting for him to object. Got to have a sidebar now to get into whether his recollection is refreshed as to the timing of the pocket states that he is aware of from Mr. Whiffin's report. I'm starting to get goal vibes here. Now, granted, nowhere near the unmitigated evil that was in that courtroom, but just in the sense of the rules are never the same. That style of impeachment is working for you. We better change it to something else. Oh, this refreshment, this refreshing the witness isn't I don't know, isn't getting us where we want to go. We better change the rules for how to deal with refreshing. Just one of the issues when you don't articulate your standards and clearly apply them to both sides, they can often become a little bit flexible. And then you start to notice, hey, this thing that we've been doing every day, suddenly it's going to be different.
Same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
Oh, we get more of this tomorrow.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see you tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
All right. Closing notebooks and follow me, please.
We're going to have any kind of argument. Any kind of argument from the parties or from the court. Oh, I got a lot of pages to go back through here to recap what's going on with this guy.
Jury's left the room. You can see.
All right. So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
So she wants him to do it a very specific way now. If he's going to ask him about other reports, I guess, that he has seen or has not seen. No. She's got to be the one in charge. Look, okay, Mr. Alessi knows exactly how to get this information in. Okay, and if you're gonna interfere with this pathway, he knows the other, and he's going to use that. Look at his felicity with all of these processes and how they work together to get the information that he needs in front of the jury. He knows all of this better than the judge does. So we gotta switch things up and come up with some hyper technical requirement that probably exists nowhere but in her courtroom, because that's just how she does things here. Just so we can, make sure he knows who's really running the courtroom. Just because you know better than everybody else how to get this information in front of the jury doesn't mean, Mr. Alessi, that I won't require you to do it in my own specific way. Which he has obviously been doing quite successfully up to this point. He's been fine. But now we've got a specific protocol, I guess. Dare I say protocol after today? Oh my Lord. Guys, I'm just going to recap everything this guy said, because I've been distracted by, that smell of roasting flesh over on the witness stand that has been emanating ever since Cross began. I'm just going to recap everything this guy said. So going back to before lunch, just so we can take it all in collectively at this point. So he is Shanon Burgess. He's a digital forensic examiner. He has several certifications and training and so forth. He's testified in 4 state courts before, but never in federal court. He's published 2 peer-reviewed papers about various things. The first paper was about taking chips off of a circuit board to recover data from them and doing tests on an Exemplar module to create data so that you know what you're working with. Became involved in this case in October of 2024. Received data that had already been downloaded from the vehicle infotainment system. Maggie Gaffney did it first around December of 2023. He's read crash reports regarding the details of the night. There hasn't been a crash report about this case. There have been a variety of police reports, incident reports, and there's been Trooper Paul's collision analysis reconstruction report, but there is no crash report. So I don't know if that's going to get followed up on. What exactly is that about? Maybe it doesn't matter. He read the prior testimony of Guarino. He read the written reports of Ian Whiffin. Looked at surveillance photos. He got Whiffin's report in January of this year. He got the video probably in early January of this year. So he's looking specifically for time-stamped power on ignition events and related data. So he identified 2 events, tech stream events, that are stored in the airbag control module, the ACM on the car, a 3-point turn, and a backing maneuver. These events are documented using an internal stopwatch. The best way to, I think about it, that starts to run when the car is powered on. So when the ignition event occurs, this stopwatch starts to run, and then that tells you how long after the car was turned on that the event took place. So we have his chalk. His PowerPoint presentation has been admitted as a chalk, but that means it's just for a demonstrative purpose. It's not there in evidence for the jury to be able to thumb through and read and see what they think about it. A lot of this was fluff. Okay, a diagram of a car with, arrows more or less pointing to the location of 5 separate modules. That's some fluff. That's filler in your report. It doesn't matter. So he just looked at one event, was all he was given to look at. One event. And I think we know now it's the 1162 event, which has now been broken up into sub-events, 1162-1 and 1162-2. It seems. So to determine the actual time, you would need an event to trigger the clock. And in the original download, they didn't have any timestamp data associated with, I guess, any of the events. So the initial focus was to see if there was any timestamp data that could be recovered. We had another filler, photos of the 2 modules that were removed from Karen's SUV and delivered by who? Oh yeah, Tully. That's right. That's right. Huh, Tully again. I just made a note that this was the Pioneer module, but it's also manufactured by Panasonic and Fujitsu. I don't know if that matters or not at all, but it was on his slide. So why is it on his slide if it doesn't matter? Is it just filler? He determined that all of the user data was missing from the initial download. And so he thought perhaps it was a bad or a partial read of the chips, or there was a data-bearing chip that had not been downloaded. So he looked at the chips, and you can see how much storage is available, and that can get complicated with bits versus bytes. And he assumed a competent examiner wouldn't overlook a chip, so he miswrote the bytes for the bits and mistakenly assumed it was just a partial download. This is him on direct trying to get out ahead of that little error that Alessi came back and visited on the cross. Now, you're not going to get away with it that easy. It's Maggie Gaffney's fault, guys. That's why. It's her fault. He would never assume she could be so stupid, and that's the only reason he made this stupid mistake of not recognizing what's a bit and what's a byte. By the way, guys, this was a protocol. It was not a report. This was a protocol, and that's very important because he keeps correcting that over and over and over. And why that is important, he's never explained. Okay, it doesn't matter. It is what you put in writing as your analysis of the situation in order to propose a certain action that the court was going to have to evaluate. So it really, really, really matters to him that it's a protocol and not a report. But for practical purposes, Does that matter to anybody else? Really not sure that it was. Anyway, the micro SD card they found was never looked at. Oh, and he found some damage from the chip off process. We had to hit that. And so there was damage to the circuit board, too much heat, and it can displace other components if not carefully removed. So then he looked at the data to see if the file date was missing and couldn't find it on the original data. So that's when they got the micro SD card. He concluded the user data storage was probably there, and he didn't have any information that card had ever been removed or analyzed. This is where we got into the sign line about how you can't put the board back in the car and read it. I'm not entirely sure why, because it sounds like you just testified that you tried to do that. So, and in fact, you did do that with the Exemplar and it worked great. So it's not like a problem with the board. Oh, Maggie Gaffney broke the board, therefore we couldn't make it work on Karen's vehicle. No, he testified he put it in the Exemplar and it worked fine. Then the sideline into the Burla tool, it will pull data from the vehicle, I think in vehicle. Usually with stuff like this, I think you're getting at it through the OBD port. The vehicle onboard vehicle diagnostics. Everybody in your car has a plug like somewhere. It's usually under the dash somewhere or in that vicinity. It's accessible, and that's how they plug in your diagnostics. If you run, you might have your own like little scanner, or you might have a tuner or something like that you run on your car. That is also very likely plugged into the OBD port. So that's, I'm guessing that's what this is referring to. You can do it with all of this stuff still installed in the vehicle with this Burla tool, because it's probably just reading it from the OBD port. The SD card, the micro SD card is locked. So that means if you take it out, the computer won't recognize it. It is looking for a passcode from the vehicle to unlock it. Without the passcode, there are ways to bypass it. There's some way to do that by getting at the tech pads, but I don't know what that means. And that is coming back on Cross as well. Didn't have any concerns about destroying or modifying data or anything like that by doing this this bypass. So they first did testing on an Exemplar vehicle. Guys, yeah, that's right. Aperture bought a 2021 Lexus 570 as close to the trim and features as Karen Reed's vehicle. They went out and bought Karen another version, a copy of Karen Reed's car and build the Commonwealth. Guys, they didn't do that for charity. Commonwealth is paying for that. I wonder if it's going to be like a contractor. I mean, it should, where you pay the markup as well. Like if a contractor is going to provide parts and stuff like that, there's going to be a markup on those because they're financing you by using their own money to buy the parts and then supply them. There's a gap between them doing the work and them paying you. So there's a markup typically to accommodate that advance where they have spent the money on you. Therefore, they're not able to use the money for their own purposes. They can't invest it and gain interest and returns and so forth. So you pay a markup instead. I wonder if Commonwealth is going to be paying a little markup on this Lexus. And so they obtain that to do testing and sort of validate what they're trying to do with these chips. How did they do that? Your guess is as good as mine. He simply says that they did. So they created this exemplar data set where they would record the timestamps and the interactions with the vehicle. Said this vehicle was almost a perfect match to Karen's vehicle. That's great. And then they showed us on that chart the different software programs that we're running. We can see that they're all the same. Great. So that's a match. What part didn't match? If it is almost a perfect match, that means it is not a perfect match. So what part does not match? Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. But I just noticed that you're not telling me. You're not telling me the part that matters. What doesn't match? So then they're looking for this time-stamped data for the power on ignition events. And they combined it with the surveillance videos to look for consistency. Now, this is only, of course, going to be able to be very, very broadly consistent, because if there is one thing that is not calibrated to real time, it's surveillance footage. It's never right. Guys, it's like always off unless it is something that's fed into the network, just like the phone is. If it's fed in through Wi-Fi or through satellite or just whatever, if it's on the same network as all of the network clocks, then you'll get accurate time stamping on your surveillance video. But it's like notorious. It's never right, and it's often like extremely wrong. But that's what they're going to use to compare for consistency. So all they're trying to do really is just identify, broadly, does it match up? Does the time when Karen Reed started her car, where it would have been outside of the waterfall, does that broadly correspond with when they left the waterfall? And yes, it does broadly. And so this, I think, is just to help them identify which event we're actually talking about. Okay, so it does seem now we've narrowed down on 1162. It will have a timestamp. We had a weird moment where local time is not actually local time. It's up on his slide, and it's labeled local time and then UTC time, but they're actually the same. And he had to explain, no, local time doesn't actually mean the time where it is locally. It means they're taking a measurement on local equipment, which is also on UTC time. What their local equipment is your local equipment calibrated in any way? Also not addressed, but just caught that local time is not local time, because nothing is as it seems in Canton. Local time is actually UTC in Canton. There's a delay. The ignition is on, and then about 3 seconds later, there's a timestamp when the infotainment system powers on. Okay, guys, I have some thoughts about this because my car does this. I have I upgraded my sound system in my car, and so I have I'm pretty sure it's Pioneer. Pretty sure it's a Pioneer system in there. It's got a nav and stuff like that to it. If you just press the ignition key on the car, then the car starts and the screen stays black, and it will take a different length of time for the screen to light up in the system to start to be active, the infotainment system. Sometimes it's a couple seconds. Sometimes it's a while. What I was told is it had something to do with just the battery and like the time for it to, I don't know. It never really made sense to me, which is why I'm having a hard time articulating this. But that's what the guy who installed it basically said. Oh, it's just the battery. So what you do to bypass that is my car is a manual. And so if you want to start it, you have to, hit the clutch and then push the ignition button. So if you don't hit the clutch first, you just hit the power and then hit the clutch and hit the power, the vehicle entertainment system will go on right away. So my point in just bringing all of this up is that this seems to be quite variable in my own experience. I have no idea how they got a constant 3 second, or if in fact they did so. That's not how it seems to work with my experience, but I don't know if we're talking about the same thing or different things. Maybe it's different because I have the clutch. I don't know, but it just stood out, so I made a note of it. Then the power off time is when the screen goes blank and you get a timestamp, and you get a timestamp and geo coordinates for both of these. So the ignition time, the ignition happens, then you have this timestamp and geo coordinates. They say about 3 seconds later, and then power off. Instantaneous, not sure, wasn't specified, but sounds like it probably is. So then taking this exemplar data so that they can basically try to figure out how does this Lexus record these events and assign the time frame and the geo coordinates and stuff. What could they determine about the events in question? So they looked at the first power on was at 12:12:36. Powered off at 12:42:08. So this is the time frame from leaving the waterfall, going over to 34 Fairview, going all the way back to Meadows, and then turning off the car. 12:42:08. We know that Karen's Wi-Fi connected to Karen's, I don't know if it's her phone or her car, that connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. I don't know. There's something in there that hasn't been reconciled. But just making a note of that discrepancy here. Connection to the Wi-Fi. Now, it doesn't mean she didn't sit out in the driveway in the running car trying to call John a bunch of times, seeing if he was going to answer, go pick him up. I don't know. But just noting that power off, she turned the ignition off 12:42:08. How does that correspond to real time? We don't actually know yet. So then they use I don't know, some Resolute software and something about error codes. I don't even know what he was getting at, but he got to the 12:12:36 was approximately the time based on the Lexus clock that the ignition was turned on. Now he says the Lexus clock is communicating with satellites and stuff, but it's not synced up perfectly, so you wouldn't expect it to sync with other devices. I would expect it to sync with other devices that are syncing to those same sources. So that I would expect. So if the data is being pulled from satellites, satellite GPS, I might expect that to line up. But maybe it's different satellites. I don't know. But yes, it seems like I would expect two things that sync to the same thing to be effectively synced. So my only explanation for this is that the satellites the Lexus clock is communicating with are not the same satellites that the iPhone clock is connecting with. Maybe the iPhone clock isn't connecting with satellites at all. It's connecting with the cell tower. Maybe that's, I don't know. But this stuff hasn't been spelled out for me. So I just notice when things catch my attention. 12:42:08 was the power off time. Reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned. So then he went through some other power on and off events that he also went through and corresponded to video that he was provided. So the 5:07:46 power on, powered off at 5:46:20. Those were the times that the Karen left One Meadows Ave the following morning and then came back to One Meadows Ave with Carrie and Jen. Those were captured on the ring video. So that allows them to generally correspond the timestamps or the ignition cycle, I guess, the ignition event with those events. Next one was at 12:35:01 and off at 2:12:01. This is the time frame of going to pick up the car at One Meadows Ave, drive it to Dighton, and then park it and turn it off. Curiously, quite curiously, they don't have the power. They don't have the video of the power on event when Karen left One Meadows Ave. Should be right there on the ring video. Should be right there. And yet, peculiarly, here's another piece of ring camera footage that appears to be missing for no readily discernible reason. But it's not there. But he did have the video from Karen's dad's house of when her car was being loaded up onto the tow. And they're able to generally correspond that. They have it actually when she's first arriving at the house, and we see that nice powder. I see that. I'm like, ooh, a nice powder day in Massachusetts. Because it's like it's up above her bumper even a little bit. That's some good powder. Very luxurious skiing in Massachusetts that day. And then the next power on off was 4:11:46 to 4:12:56. That again corresponded with the tow and loading it on the tow. Then finally 5:31:51 to 5:36:42. That corresponds with the Canton Police Department video showing the vehicle coming up on the driveway, I guess, up to the Sallyport as it is arriving. Not in the actual Sallyport, of course, because that's 43 minutes of missing video. But those are the only power on and off cycles he studied. So then we start to talk about clock variance, because there's clock variance between different devices. You wouldn't expect the Lexus and iPhone to be synced. Don't know why not if they're syncing to the same thing. That's the question. What is each of these syncing to? Where is the data derived from? And how far apart are those sources that the data is being derived from? The problem with clock drift is usually that the clock isn't synced to anything at all. It's just running on, an internal timer. But the internal timer is going to be slightly off from atomic time. And so that slight difference is going to accumulate the longer the clock runs. And so a discrepancy that may be microseconds over the matter of hours will start to become measurable. Over the matter of days will start to become larger. Over the matter of weeks and months and years could be a significant difference. So that's usually what you're talking about when you're talking about, why is there a discrepancy between clocks? That doesn't seem to be what we're talking about here, though. We're talking about two clocks that digitally sync to some other source. Even if they're different sources, am I really to believe they're that different? I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I'm supposed to believe that there is a 21 to 29 second difference between satellite times that report back to devices down here on Earth. I'm not sure I buy that, but that's what I'm being told. The Lexus and the iPhone, you would not expect them to be synced because they're pulling from different sources. And so you typically see a variance of up to 60 seconds, he says, is normal. And that's because the iPhone, the function is to be, or I'm not even sure if he's talking about the iPhone or the Lexus now, that the function is to be accurate to the minute, not to the second on the display clock. The display clock is just one source. It's just one presentation of this information. You are giving us timestamps that go down to the second, whether we are looking at John's phone or whether we are looking at the Lexus data. So how can you say seriously the function is only to be accurate to the minute when You're displaying more than that. That doesn't matter to Lexus. That the timestamp be accurate. I have a hard time swallowing this. The display clock is just one use of that data. And of course, a display clock that only shows minutes only needs to be so accurate. You still expect the clock to turn over to the next minute in roughly the right time frame, but I was less than satisfied with this explanation. It didn't really seem to explain anything. What are they synced to? Why would there be a big difference? So he doesn't know how often the Lexus syncs in with GPS systems. It's just that it does. So he was interested in the two events, the 3-point turn and the backing event. And he can get a general timeline of that from the power on and off time, because they've got that stopwatch that's running that tells them it's been X number of minutes from the time the car was turned on when this event took place. So to reconcile the variance with the iPhone, he needed some event that both clocks record that they can use to sync the clocks. And he says he didn't initially do that. The claim of the syncing of the clocks, he only did it because there was a claim made about the syncing of the clocks that he believes was potentially misleading. Because there was a claim made about the syncing of the clocks he believes was potentially misleading. So that's the only reason he went back to look at this. So the similar event that both devices recorded that he decided to use to try to sync these clocks together was the 3-point turn. And this to me is just insane. This is insane. A 3-point turn is not an event. It's a series of events. It's a thing that happens over, by his own account, many seconds. It's not a point where you can sync it. Okay, guys, so when I used to make videos on my old DSLR camera, we would get lag. We would get lag between the microphone and the camera. So it's that awful thing where like your lips move and it's not quite in alignment with the sound, the audio coming out. We'd have to go in and fix it. And the way to go in and fix it, sometimes I would clap for the camera, because then you can see on the camera, when are my hands together? And then you can hear in the audio, when is that clap sound? And you can just take that event, put those two things together. Lo and behold, you've fixed your discrepancy. You fixed your lag, because you had a single instantaneous event to be able to tie these things to. But that's not what he did. He picked an event that takes 8, 9, 10, a dozen, 15 seconds to complete. But it's recorded by both. But when is the 3-point turn? When does the Lexus record the 3-point turn? At what point in this process is the Lexus data registering, oh, okay, a 3-point turn has now been done. It's now going to be logged. At what point in that process? We have absolutely no idea. He never clarified that. So what he did, he's got the location data from John's phone. This is all based on the Waze data that's there in Ian Whiffin's report. And so based on that, he kind of breaks down second by second by second. He's got different GPS measurements for each second from Waze. he breaks down when this 3-point turn took place. Here's where the car stopped. Here's where the car changed bearing. Here's where the car changed speed. And he got a time of 12:23:58, I guess, is the time of the text stream event. That's when text stream recorded a 3-point turn at 12:23:58. Exactly at what point in the process that event was recorded, we have no idea. There's a bunch of times where it shows 0 speed. He says that doesn't mean it's going 0 miles an hour because that's just that's within the range of the GPS data. It wouldn't necessarily pick it up if you were only moving a couple or few feet. A 16-foot range in the GPS. So if you back up for, I guess, less than 16 feet to do your 3-point turn, it wouldn't pick it up. 16 feet is probably about maybe a little bit. Well, I don't even know. Is it about the length of Karen's SUV? I would expect it's about the length of her SUV. Doesn't seem like a very long time to be backing up at 0 miles an hour. But not sure. Not sure what any of that means. So ultimately concludes the 3-point turn ended on text stream at 12:23:38. We still don't know what end means as far as corresponding to the GPS data. But somehow he looks at this difference, the 12:23:08 versus his selection of when the heading changes on Waze. Concludes that the bearing of the vehicle, it's bearing in a different direction now at 12:24:07. So he decides, based on this, that there's a variance of somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds. I'm just kind of lost on this. I really don't know. I really don't know. It's because his Waze data that he has picked out to identify as being the 3-point turn, he has just picked up 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. He's just picked out those seconds on the Waze data, and he's decided that's the 3-point turn. But you don't actually know if that corresponds with what Lexus is recording. You don't actually know that. You don't know if Lexus picked it up before she started that. You don't know if it picked it up after. You don't know if it saw the whole series of events and then went, oh, this was a 3-point turn because I can reconcile all these movements, and then went back and back gathered some of that information. You have no idea. But he came up with a 21 to 29 seconds variance based on his selection of Waze measurement points. This is not self-referential. Really don't know what is. We heard in the first trial about a Waze offset on top of all of this too. The Waze clock is not the same as John's display clock. How does that complicate things? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't, but I think it did, because we heard about monotonic time clocks already in Ian Whiffin's testimony. That was brought out. So it's still there. Came up from Richard Green in the first trial. Hasn't gone away as far as I know. So then the second event, the backing up maneuver, happened 19 minutes from the ignition. So that means it happened at 12:31:43 was the end of the event on the Lexus clock, according to him. 12:31:43 on the Lexus clock. But if it's 21 to 29 seconds behind, then that means if it were according to John's phone time, it would be 12:32:04 to 12:32:12. And the last lock event, trigger lock event, is 12:32:09. So this variance just barely gets them past that last user interaction. Not all the way past, because you have to assume we're at the tail end of the variance here, the long end of the variance, in order for that to work. If the variance is the shorter of the 21 to 29 seconds, your timeline still doesn't work. What was this backing event, you ask? We don't know. He didn't tell us anything about the backing event, just that there was a backing event. No detail about the backing event. Does that make you suspicious? It makes me suspicious because I don't know who else is going to testify to this. This is not something that a biomechanical engineer is going to be able to go in and look at this text stream data and figure out for themselves, oh, that's the backing event that matters. That backing event shows what activity that corresponds with the vehicle pedestrian collision that is being hypothesized. I don't think that's the kind of thing a biomechanical engineer is going to know for himself. He needs to be told by the data forensic guy. Here's what the data says that event looked like, what it consisted of, how long it took, all of that granular detail, like we had gotten in the first trial when they were saying backed up for up to 24 miles an hour over 6 seconds and, then came to the sudden deceleration. We had all that data in the first trial. Absolutely nothing here. Not even sure that it's the same event we're talking about, 1162. But I don't know. Oof. And then the cross began. Then the cross began, and we knew as soon as we confirmed, you spell your name with one N. Your first name is spelled with one N. We're laying some groundwork about who are you, and let's just verify that this information I'm about to hit you with is in fact yours. It's not some other random Shanon Burgess who happens to claim expertise in digital forensics. Then a lot of foundation about what forensics is. It's scientific. I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. I was too, Mr. Alessi. I was also pleased to hear mention of that. I loved that comment. It was just funny. I'm glad to see that you acknowledged there's this thing called the scientific method in the course of your report. It's got to be accurate, methodical, detailed, unbiased, and truthful. These are all related to reliability, and credibility and honesty is an important part of reliability, isn't it? Then we talked about biases. He doesn't know what cognitive biases means by the American Academy of the Forensic Science. He doesn't know what they mean when they say cognitive biases, but he's heard of confirmation bias, never heard of anchoring bias. Setting some more foundation here. If you just only look for the stuff that supports your preferred hypothesis, that is confirmation bias. You don't consider other hypotheses, even if your data contradicts your initial hypothesis. You just throw out the data. Just throw out the data. Don't consider it. Ignore it. And then the anchoring, you just prioritize. You stick with your initial idea. You don't change it. You're anchored to your first impression. And so you interpret everything in a way that will tend to support that. But he called the case a homicide before he even began testing. Oh, this was Alessi starting off light with the impeachment. Impeachment by prejudgment here. Impeachment by bias. You called it a homicide over here in the January 30th, 2025 report. But he didn't conduct his testing until after the trial started. So, yeah, the testimony about aligning the clocks and the GPS, his testing on that, all occurred after April 22nd, after the trial started. Devastating review of the professional credentials. The CV should be absolutely truthful. Indeed, it should. Indeed, it should. Because if you inflate your qualifications, it tends to undermine your trustworthiness. And then perhaps seeing where this was going, the college degree can be fundamental to your qualifications and people rely on those as a foundation for your analysis. Well, it depends on the context. He knew it was coming. He was already trying to qualify why his CV is all over the place with respect to whatever degree it seems he doesn't have anyway, but is currently pursuing. A BGS, a Bachelor in General Science. He's currently pursuing that, he says. Well, in his November 2024 CV and his April 2025 CV, he acknowledged that he had not yet earned them. And so as we sit here, he has no bachelor's degree. But in his public profile that Aperture maintains on their website, there's a bio page that shows he has a BS in mathematics and business administration. There was a hyperlink for his CV on the website. He doesn't know where it takes you, but we learned through this that the two hyperlinks go to his CV and to LinkedIn. So his LinkedIn account, yeah, you know, you get notified when somebody views your account. I don't pay any attention to it. Like I said, I have notifications turned off on everything anyway. I hate the instant demand your attention culture. It's like it's poisoned so much of what used to be pleasant parts of life for a Gen Xer, things like receiving a phone call. You just can't when you're bombarded with notification for this and email for that and all these things that are supposed to grab you instantaneously. You just can't tolerate the phone anymore. But yeah, you get notified. You get notified by LinkedIn when somebody goes and views your profile. And yeah, there it does. It's intended for people to view it in order to hire him. Now, he hasn't received any notification within the last 72 hours that somebody from the defense viewed his account. And he's not aware if Aperture disabled the hyperlink within the last 72 hours or directed it to be disabled in the last 72 hours. Intriguing. Am I to infer that Aperture changed his bio page in the last 72 hours? we get a screenshot of his LinkedIn account. And there's apparently an error on page 2 regarding his education. It's an error. When was the last time he viewed it? Well, he doesn't know. He didn't view the profile page. He couldn't tell you how long it's been since he updated it. Well, here's the thing. I can tell you a little bit about that because we are going to look at Pretty Little Lies and Alibis over here on Twitter has found it. So I'm just going to pull these up. Is that big enough to see? It is. Here is his LinkedIn page. Here's the screenshot of his LinkedIn. So this is the overall picture. Look at that. University of Alabama at Birmingham, right up front and center on his LinkedIn page. And his general description, mystery solver. Wow. How intriguing. A mystery solver. Here's the problem, guys. Here's the problem. When did you last update it? Well, according to your experience down here on your LinkedIn, which lists your October 2022 to present, your June 22 to October 2022 employment, your March 20th to June 2022, and your August 2015 to March 2020 job history, you have updated it since that CV that lists your BS as 2016 to 2018. You've updated it since then. March 2020 is after that. 2022 is after that. 2022. Yeah, you've updated your LinkedIn multiple times since you put in this right here, University of Alabama at Birmingham, 2016 to 2018. That's the problem. You may not know how many times you've updated it, but it doesn't matter because we know you have updated it. We know you have. It's right there. So at that time when he put it in, no, he doesn't have those degrees, but it was an expected graduation date that he never went and bothered to change. After what? Learning that he wasn't in fact going to graduate? This exchange, you know, people are looking at your LinkedIn profile, and he says, my understanding is that people look at posts, not the profile. Dude, who looks at posts on LinkedIn? Like, what losers are looking at posts on LinkedIn? You go to look at profiles. That's what it's for. You go there to find the people that you worked with and to continue your professional network and to find other people who do similar things as you do that you might be able to network with. Like, all you do on LinkedIn is look at profiles. Who even looks at posts on LinkedIn? This, like, that credibility in the floor with me right now with that. People don't look at profiles. People don't look at anything but profiles. It's the first thing you do when you get somebody's CV or whatever. A witness has been disclosed. You go look them up on LinkedIn. That lost all credibility with me. So then he fought that the degree claim is incorrect in multiple documents. He fought that. So then we got to go back in and revisit. It's wrong on your LinkedIn. It's wrong in your Aperture bio. Then, by the way, here's another CV that's coming in that shows a Bachelor of General Science as of 2022. And this apparently is the one that was linked directly from Aperture's website. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know if it is or not. Mr. Alessi tends to think it is, or at least was until 72 hours ago. The dating website for the unemployed. That's perfect. It's a great description of LinkedIn from my standpoint. Not necessarily just the unemployed, but you don't hang out on LinkedIn if you have a good job that you're happy and you plan to stay with for the rest of your life. I found LinkedIn of extremely limited, if any, utility because I've been self-employed most of my career and I'm not looking for a new boss. I'm not looking to go get hired by some new boss. But if I were, looking at following some kind of career path, some career ladder, how do I get into federal defenders and then into the U.S. Department of Justice and then, onto the federal bench? I got some plan like that. Yeah, I might use LinkedIn a little bit more because you're trying to network with all those people by looking at their freaking profiles, as one does. So now we have a third document that is incorrect about his degree status. Well, those are simply errors or outdated information. Yes, they are indeed errors or bad information. So we're up to quite a few errors now. And in fact, there isn't even a BGS degree in math and business administration at University of Alabama, Birmingham. They don't even offer that degree. That's yet another error. Not just the year, not just the fact that he's representing that he has it at all, but even what it's in. Even what it's in is an error. It should say he minored in math and business administration. Nobody's degree designates their minor. Your minor doesn't really mean anything at all. What is his well, he doesn't have one. So, I guess it doesn't even matter. But if we credit that he is in fact pursuing it and trying to get it, what's he even pursuing? If it's not this applied mathematics and business administration. I have no idea. Do you know what the term mendacity is? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Probably convenient for him that he doesn't. Finally, another CV from all the way back in 2015. He didn't recognize that one. He started pursuing his bachelor's in 2008. So he has spent 17 years pursuing it, has not obtained it, has claimed to have it all these various different times and all of these various different documents. They're just errors, just errors. Yeah, I think at this point, everybody in the room knows this guy's a liar. He's a liar. He's lying about it. He just made it up. He inflated his credentials that he doesn't have. He didn't put anticipated date 2018 or whatever. He did nothing like that. He's claimed to have it, and his employer has claimed that he has it. Alessi wasn't allowed to go into the line of questioning about the insurance companies, working for the insurance companies. Don't know where he was going with it. My guess was he's going to establish that this guy, insurance companies are relying on this guy with his fake degrees to deny claims. But we don't know because he wasn't allowed to go there. So then we turn to the work. After we had to wrap all that up by verifying he's familiar with the term academic dishonesty. He's familiar with that phrase. That's good. That's good he's heard of that one. So Aperture was hired for new data acquisition in October of 2024. So October 10th of 2024, he proposed an attempt to extract additional data that was based on his education, training, and background. He believed the data acquisition was incomplete because the download was less than the storage capacity of the chips. And he's looking specifically at this, expansion clip. I didn't know what that was exactly, but determined that extraction from December of 2023 was incomplete because it only had 8 megabytes of data, even though the storage capacity was 64 megabytes. But in fact, it was only a storage capacity of 64 megabits. He got those wrong. Actually, the amount that was recovered was the same as the storage capacity of the chip. And as it so happens, he made that same mistake for all of the other chips that were analyzed by Gaffney. Yeah, he dug his finger into this wound. Gaffney didn't make those errors. You did that. Yes, he did. Yet another series of errors attributable to Mr. Burgess's work product. So yes, he made an error based on a misinterpretation. You just read it wrong, or you tried to get away with something. It's one or the other. And at this point, I'm not sure I'm inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt about which one it was. Nobody reviewed his protocol. Nobody at Aperture. It wasn't peer reviewed. So it was just based on his own education and experience. I'm guessing his report similarly, not reviewed by anybody, just based on his education and experience, which, as we've seen, tends to be replete with errors, some of them rather fundamental. So now we know from his January 30th report, at the time that he was doing his analysis, Burla did not offer support for the modules, but they have now updated it for Karen's Lexus. All any data of value she got that was available on those chips, Gaffney got it during her extraction. How much has the Commonwealth paid Aperture? Wouldn't we all like to know that? Wouldn't we all be interested to know that? They've at least gone and bought a Lexus SUV to do all this testing on. What's that going to run? Let me blue book real quick. Let me blue book. 2021 Lexus. Oh, what was it again? What was her make and model? 574. Do I have that right? LX570. Thank you, chat. I love this chat so much. LX570. Buy a used one. Oh, I don't know. The first few things that pop up on Carvana. 76,590, 66,590, 49,590. The last one has the highest mileage. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yikes. We know they've spent at least that much. We'd all love to know, but he doesn't know. Doubts that Welcher is going to know either. Who knows? He might, but just the accounting. Only the accounting knows. So he did receive numerous materials in order to conduct his analysis, but interestingly not the January 29th, 2022 CARS report that Trooper Paul authored. Huh. Why didn't he consider that? I wonder. Didn't even want to see it. Didn't even really want to see Trooper Paul's collision analysis and reconstruction report. And then we learned that Trooper Paul did a supplemental dated July 24th of 2024. He did a supplemental report. And what did they do with it, guys? They didn't even pass it on to Aperture. They binned it. They binned it. They moved right along. That's bin with a B-I-N. Little British seeped out of me right there. Into the bin it went. They did nothing with it. They just went and hired Aperture in October. So he reviewed Guarino's 2024 testimony, but of course not all of it. He just skimmed it. And even though Guarino testified quite a bit about the location data, he didn't consider that part of Guarino's testimony when he was doing his review. He didn't pay any attention to that. On December 5th of 2024, Tully now shows back up. He hand-delivered the modules to the office containing the SD card so that they could try to reinstall it in Karen's SUV for an in-vehicle acquisition. So first, they reconnected it on the vehicle Exemplar, and they successfully reinstalled it and tested it for in-vehicle acquisition. And that was all successful. But then they put it in Karen's actual car, and it was unable to reinstall. They could get the infotainment system light to come on, something about the light, but it did not respond as expected. So it didn't do the same thing as the Exemplar. So there's some kind of difference here. And what is that? We don't know. Because rather than try to sort that out and reconcile it, why is the Exemplar behaving differently than Karen's car that it's supposed to be identical for all intents and purposes? Rather than try to sort out why they were getting the different result, instead we just decided we're going to pull the micro SD card out. We're going to pull the card out and we're going to try to jailbreak it. We're going to try to bypass the lock. There is no scientific literature where this has been done on this Lexus model before. He said, no, that's why we use the Exemplar, but your Exemplar didn't work, did it? Isn't that what you just said? You got a different result from Karen's than from the Exemplar. So your Exemplar is not a good model for Karen's. You got different results by doing the same thing in the Exemplar and Karen's car. So there's no literature. There's literature that generally addresses this methodology, but not for this particular Lexus. So no idea if this card is made to be jailbroken in this way or not. No idea. In his January 30th, 2025 report, he doesn't discuss a collision at all. He doesn't even use the word collision. He says, oh, I think I did. It's at page 2-3. Mr. Alessi said, why don't you go ahead and take a look? Go ahead and review that and see if that word is in there. So indeed he did. And it turns out, no. Who's right? Who's right? Yeah, Mr. Alessi's right. Once again, surprising nobody who has been watching. You disagree with Mr. Alessi? He's the one that's right, not you. You use the word incident in your first report. And the report doesn't detail the timing of the text stream event at all. Didn't even use the word text stream event in the January 2025 report. He limited his conclusions, he claims, to just generally identifying clock skew between John's phone and Karen's Lexus. He did no further analysis of it. Apparently, other than what? Observing that it existed? Not clear. Not clear. We don't have his report, so we don't know. Now, his goal with this January 2025 report was supposed to be to create a timeline, knowing that Dr. Welcher was going to use it, knowing that it would be provided to him, it would be provided to others. He's only actually vaguely talked to Welcher a handful of times, identifying what he found, explaining the data, and knowing that Welcher wanted his work in order to reconstruct a timeline. And that he would be using that data to establish the time frame of the events that he was interested in. So then we went through having to establish a lot of foundation for Mr. Alessi to be able to ask, what time did you first say that event took place? Was that a problem? Of course it wasn't. Mr. Alessi knows exactly how to get to any conclusion that he wants to reach. based on the rules of evidence and the trial procedures. So yes, he knew what Welcher's report said. He knew that the trial started in April of this year, that his report came in the middle of the trial. We walked through that time frame. So in January 30th of 2025, when he wrote his initial report, he said nothing at all about these text stream events that are discussed by Welcher. The trial starts on April 22nd, and then afterwards, he prepares another report. And in this one, he insists he didn't change the number. He didn't change a number. Okay. We'll flesh that out. So he insists he prepared this report on his own. It was entirely his own idea out of nowhere. Why did he start thinking about this at some point between writing his initial report, where you would think it would matter, knowing that it's being used to generate a timeline? And when did it occur to him? Oh, maybe I should address that thing I didn't address before that was a relevant thing for me to address, and I had all the data to do it, but I didn't. At some vague point, he decided he would revisit it. So then he prepared this May 8th report. The timing is entirely a coincidence. That's just when he happened to get it done. Send the report to Mr. Brennan, stating in his letter, pursuant to your request, I've completed additional analysis. Pursuant to your request. No. Don't ignore, don't pay attention to that, guys. That's just copy pasta. Okay? It's just a form that he left over. 4 words you left from your prior report. Oh, and Mr. Alessi is looking at the prior report to see if this exact language is on it. Dear Mr. Brennan, pursuant to your request. That better be how his first report starts, or we're going to hear about it. That's just copy paste. Why we didn't copy paste over that, I have no idea. Why did we leave those 4 words, pursuant to your request? I don't know. I've completed additional analysis. He didn't review his report this time to make sure the copy and pasting is accurate. Didn't think it was significant. Why review things? Why review things? Does it really matter anyway? So he said he received a claim from Desogra that was trying to adjust the clocks based on events. That report was produced in March. And so this is what he's saying he's responding to. This is what got him thinking about it after his January report, where he should have addressed it, but didn't. But then got the Desogra report in March. And so initially he thought just address it in testimony, but decided it needed to be addressed in a supplemental written report. Okay, let's talk about the problems with this explanation. Number one, if you have testified as an expert before, you know perfectly well that you don't get to just make up new things on the stand. You're aware that there is discovery. You've gone through this process with the attorney that's hired you in advance of trial so that they are able to comply with their disclosure requirements. They have reviewed with you what is your opinion so that they know what they are disclosing to the other side. You already know this. And if you don't know this, Mr. Brennan certainly knows this. What they're trying to do here is just suggest that they knew all along this clock drift was out there and it had no bearing on Dr. Welcher's opinion. They knew already along it was out there. They didn't do anything different. It was only when Mr. DeSogra came along and suggested it meant something different that they went in and clarified. If you knew all along that this was an issue, you would have known all along. Perhaps we should clarify this. Perhaps we should supplement our opinion so that our client over here, the Commonwealth, can be sure to fully disclose what we will be testifying to in court. And if you didn't know that, Mr. Brennan certainly knew. I'm going to need to supplement if you're going to say something different about the clock. So, nobody is just sitting here thinking DeSogra's report comes in and it shows an inconsistency and we're just going to think about it in testimony and not disclose that? Not put it in writing? That doesn't compute. That does not add up. So 3/5, March 5th is the date of the DeSogra report. Even if we took his explanation at face value, he sat on this for 2 months before he produced his own report on May 8th. Took him 2 months to go in and sort this. And in the meantime, nobody knows about it. Hank doesn't know about it. Welcher doesn't know about it. Tully doesn't know about it. He's just off working on this independently. Guys, that's not how expert witnesses work. They have a scope of work. It's usually defined in the contract very specifically if you have, a good company, a good reputable company that's used to doing this type of work. Because no client just writes you a blank check, says, do whatever you feel like doing and I'll pay for it. That doesn't happen. You consult with the client. They tell you what are they trying to look at. You evaluate what do I need to do to give them the information that they need for their use. And that defines your scope of work, and that's what goes into your contract. So, no, sorry, there is no, I'm just going to go and independently do this thing that I've never been asked to do that isn't defined in my scope of work. I'm going to take 2 months to do it. I'm going to take the time to produce a written document, none of which was ever asked for. Not buying it. That is not how experts work. Denies that he spoke to anybody before preparing the May 8th, 2025 report. Didn't communicate with Tully, didn't communicate with Buchanan. Oh, but in fact, he did. He did reach out to Tully. Tully again, you don't say. Before the May 8th report? Yes, what for? To get a copy of the location data. The location data was provided to you in Ian Whiffin's report. Why did you needed the raw data now to provide what you already had from his January report? If you were interested in this data, it was there. It was already there and you already had it. What you needed to double check? You needed to double check Whiffin's report? No, you had to have a chit chat with Tully, who incidentally he's spoken to maybe as many as 10 times about the case. Tully, why are you talking to Tully about the case? I thought Tully was reassigned. Wasn't he reassigned to some other unit? Why are we still chit-chatting with Tully about this? He's not in the Norfolk County DA's office anymore, is he? He's somewhere else now. Why are we still chit-chatting with him about it? By the way, how many times have you spoken with Hank Brennan? Hank Brennan is the one who is making the decision to hire you. Are you talking to Tully more than you're talking to the prosecutor? I'd be curious to know that. And then also had another discussion before filing the May 8th report, probably the day before, when he reached out to Hank Brennan on May the 7th. Had a discussion about the data and what the report would say and told him you would be submitting the report, but didn't say when, but was pretty well done with the report by 5/7 and told Hank that. How intriguing, because Hank represented to the court that this report arrived on May 8, out of the blue. Complete surprise. So we are all very much anticipating Bev's grave concerns over the apparent lack of candor. Grave concerns. We're sure they're incoming. All right, just because she wasn't in the mood for it at the end of court today, guys, doesn't mean it isn't going to happen first thing tomorrow on the record, right? She's going to hold him responsible, hold his feet to the fire, take him to task for those careless misrepresentations. That's going to happen, right? No other calls with the prosecutor, no texts. Would have provided it to Welcher. Welcher would have known about it. He would have known it would have been submitted before it was. This is the only time he has ever submitted a supplemental report while a trial is going on. He knows Ian Whiffin. He's read his report in the case. He's read his January report, not aware of a March 2025 report, but we're assuming there are just minor differences between them. The January report contains information about John's cell phone, including the location data, the calls, the battery temp, and the timelines. Very things that he used in the presentation here. He already had them from Whiffin all the way back in January. So 4 months ago, he had everything he needed in order to complete this analysis that he just filed in May. So then on direct, he said the reason he needed to supplement was because he got new information about John's phone. But so that's not consistent with him having already all this information from Ian Whiffin, right? So now he clarifies, well, I had the report, but I didn't have the data. But you had the information that the data shows you, because it's all laid out there in detail in the report that he had 4 months ago. He knows Jessica Hyde, but wasn't asked to read her reports. Didn't ask for her reports. Nobody asked if his analysis was consistent with Whiffin or Hyde. Of course, he didn't watch their testimony. Nobody summarized a testimony for him. Of course not. That's not what triggered the supplement. Now, having read Ian Whiffin's January 2025 report, yeah, he knows it contains statements about the movement of the phone. And we had a little sidebar, had to work through how we were going to get through that change. So we got to Whiffin. Whiffin opined on the timing of the 1162 event. He was aware of it. He has read Welcher's report. He has seen the PowerPoint slides to the extent that those PowerPoint slides were incorporated into Mr. DeSogra's presentation, the defense witness's presentation. So defense witness creates a presentation, uses slides from Welcher's report. He is aware of those slides. And lo and behold, those are the slides we care about because they discuss this text stream event where it says it was 12:31:38 ending 12:31:43, according, as he says, to the Lexus clock. Hank wanted the whole report in. We just need these pieces for purposes of establishing the basis for Mr. Burgess to be able to testify about any of this. Just the fact that he's seen it because it was in DeSogra's presentation and DeSogra's presentation incorporated it. But now Hank Brennan wants the entire report in. Please. Bitch, please. No, of course it's not. He's going to, try to argue rule of completeness. It's going to be your burden to show that's necessary to, put it in context. I suspect there's nothing in this whole report that is going to clarify that there is some kind of issue with clock drift, or even that they've accounted for it. Because that seems to be the problem. They didn't. They got caught not accounting for it. And so they had to rush back after the fact to try to account for it. And of course, per Ian Whiffin's report, there was a user-initiated phone lock event at 12:32:09 and steps that ended at 12:32:06. That's still after the timeline of, the revised timeline for the trigger event, isn't it? That's still after. Because we just had a couple of seconds, 12:32:12, wasn't it? So we still got four seconds of steps happening after this variant. We incorporate this variance. We take it, we accept him at face value and say, yes, there's a 21 to 29 second variance here. And we shift our times on the Lexus. We still have 4 seconds of steps after these events are supposed to have finished. Even if we take his explanation for granted. Mr. Alessi was just getting started with the pocket state information that was in Ian Whiffin's report. Now she's going to make him go through and refresh him in a specific way to be able to do this. I don't know why, other than we're just going to break up the flow of this cross, which has really just landed point after point after point after point. So ended before we got anywhere in depth into the pocket state, and we will be coming back tomorrow for more cross of this guy. Man, it's just a blessing of riches in this trial lately when I get to go to bed at night knowing I'm going to wake up and get an Alessi Cross first thing in the morning. What a treat. What a treat. All of this is so sus. They've destroyed their credibility. The degree inflation. I mean, it's not inflation. It's just flat out lying, misrepresentation that you have a degree that you don't have. And of course, that's our fault. We're misinterpreting it. It's not his fault for falsely claiming a credential he didn't have. It's our fault because we've misinterpreted it, guys. Don't forget that. It's Maggie Gaffney's fault that he confused the bits and the bytes, right? If she hadn't been so incompetent with her chip off, he never would have mistaken the bits for the bytes and written that protocol the way that he did. So that's her fault, guys. That error also, it's her fault. And then this whole, how exactly did this report come about? You talked to Tolley, you talked to Brennan, you had all the data, but somehow you needed the raw data. That's what made the difference. And you did all that without any sort of prior authority to do this work at all. You just decided for yourself to expand the scope of work that you were contracted to do for the Commonwealth. Color me skeptical. Color me skeptical. And by the way, yeah, we've got a candor to the tribunal problem now with Mr. Brennan. Not that Bev is going to care at all, of course. Let's be real. We already know there are no grave concerns. No grave concerns with Mr. Brennan representing that he received this report out of the blue, completely by surprise on May the 8th, being now contradicted by the testimony of this witness that actually I called him the day before and told him what I was doing and that it was coming. There will be no grave concerns about that. So all this, guys, they've taken all of this damage, and for what? To adjust the clock in a way that still doesn't get them past the problems posed by John's health data. You're still 4 seconds short of solving the problem with John's health data because he's still taking steps for 4 seconds after this event comes to an end. And apparently, by the way, is walking throughout it. Crazy. Crazy. It just blow up your credibility. And it doesn't even fix your problem. You can't even get your problem fixed. You still have a big old timeline problem. And that was Monday. That was our Monday, guys. What a day. I am going to step aside very briefly. Once again, I got to refill my tea. I don't want to be slurping it into the microphone any more than I need to. But we got a few things in the queue we got to get through. So I'm going to fill it back up real rapidly, and I will be right back to see what you guys have been thinking and making of all of this afternoon. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging tight. What a day. What a day. Let's see what y'all were thinking as this was happening. Michelle, when you were in law school, would you have used a channel like yours as a resource? Do you think your YouTube channel has been cited in papers? I seriously doubt it. I kind of hope not. I mean, unless they're papers about public perception or an analysis or things like that, not about like actual law or actual cases or anything like that. Why? Because I'm a terrible source for that. I'm secondhand. If you wanted information about a case, you should cite the transcript or maybe the live stream or something like that. You should go to the source. You should always go to the source. So I mean, I hope not. Could it be useful? I mean, maybe. Just depends on, what are you trying to do? When I was in law school, they would tell us to watch the old original versions of Law and Order because the way that they would structure a lot of those early episodes is that they would hang a plot point off of some sort of obscure legal rule. So like the whole ability to win the case or not win the case might depend on the interpretation of the best evidence rule, or it might depend on whether the emergency exception to the search warrant requirement applies. Like there'd be all these little things in there. And they would be surprisingly accurate. So it ended up being kind of one of the better models if you just wanted to like watch a show and learn something about the law. It was one of the more accurate ones, that old original Law and Order. I have no idea. I don't know if people are watching my channel or not. I mean, obviously quite a few of you are right now, but I just assume that so we can watch the trial. We can have a good conversation. We can bounce ideas off each other about what the hell are we saying, and then we can brainstorm about what does it mean and how do we put this all together? What's the significance of it? To me, the bottom line out of today: take everything that he said, and even though he deserves no credit whatsoever, even though he's blown up his own credibility, even if we generously go ahead and give him credibility anyway, you still have a 4-second problem with your timeline. That's my takeaway from today. WM Penguin, all I'm really learning is that I need to pick a crappy old car with no computers next time I'm aiming for pedestrians. I mean, what? So much computerization in modern cars. And I mean, yeah, what do you want? You're going to have to get past, before computerized engine timing really is probably where this all started to go downhill. Engines used to be mechanically timed. They were, made in extremely precise dimensions so that, the firing happens and the cylinders, all that action is happening in timing. It used to be mechanically controlled. Now it's a lot of that is computer controlled. The fuel air mix, stuff like that. More computer controlled now. Used to be mechanical through the carburetor. So a lot of changes to cars these days. I mean, if you want to go back to the old, crank it to get it started, you can. They're still out there. You can find one at a car show. Use that instead. Make sure you use your Model T if you want to mow down pedestrians. This is not legal advice, by the way. Nothing like that. 4 knots to nowhere. Expensive. Buying a Lexus to test. Not expensive. Your mom. Good one. Yeah. 60, 70,000 maybe that they spent on this Exemplar. How much of a markup? Oh, I bet there's a markup. 2 Truth for Liberty. Yes, expert distraction. Not clarifying because Commonwealth running the baffle them with bullshit game, trying to get jury to tune out ARCCA as a distraction. Yeah, if they have a problem, they're trying to bury it in stuff. That's why Hank Brennan wants the whole 143 pages of the report in, so he can try to distract from the fact that these 2 pages are devastating. Because these 2 pages Show. You originally stated this timeline. 12/31. Now it's heard too many numbers today. It's already out of my mind. 12/31, whatever. We saw this before with the Sallyport video, right? When the defense gets those inverted videos in and the Higgins video and the video with the 43 seconds missing, right when Karen's car is brought into the Sallyport, the defense got all those in. So what did the Commonwealth do? They dumped a bunch of other video, just dumped it into evidence, didn't show it to the jury, didn't argue that it has any meaning whatsoever. They just dumped it in. And yeah, I think that's part of the strategy, is to just try to bury anything that is damaging so that maybe the jury won't find it. Or you just use a lot of tech speak, a lot of sciencey sounding language to cover it up, kind of like Jessica Hyde did. Just babbled on and on and on and on and on about all these, different technical words and concepts and this and this storage and that. And at the end of the day, all that was just covering up her opinion as to whether Hoslong to Diane Cold was searched at 227. Bottom line of her opinion, she doesn't know. It was all designed to cover that up. She doesn't know. She knows that the tab was created. She knows that at 6 something it was searched, but she doesn't know what else happened with the tab. So was Hoslong to Diane Cold searched at 227? She doesn't know, but threw out a whole lot of other words and technical sounding language and so forth to really obfuscate that that's the nature of her opinion. So it's something to look for with the witnesses, particularly these experts, because that is their whole job, is to learn how to go into court and explain your technical expertise to people who are not technical experts. You have to learn to dumb it down and communicate it. And that's part of what makes you a good expert and a good professional, and one that will get hired over and over again, is your ability to do that. So when you are communicating in a way that does not make it clear, but in fact makes it more confusing, one explanation is just that you're a really bad expert. And that's possible. I'm sure there's lots of bad experts out there. You get what you pay for is probably part of this equation. But of course, the experts themselves won't acknowledge that. They will spend a lot of time up front telling you all about their qualifications and how good and smart they are, what good experts and so forth, how many times they've testified, all that kind of thing. So it's possible they're just not good experts, but a lot of times it's possible they just don't want you to understand. If they spoke clearly and simply, you might get it a little too clearly. And that's what they don't want. L'enfant, all this science lingo, but blur out every photo and names on evidence plastic baggies. Who from Commonwealth damaged the parts? Tell us, you dirty Harry. all these issues with the evidence, huh? Stuff in bags, it doesn't belong there. Things being misplaced, no chain of custody. Yeah, they are trying as much as they can to dress this up as being science, being forensic. It seems so easy to see through, it's just hard. It's always hard for me to try to guess what's the jury making of all this. It seems very obvious, very easy to see through, but we just really have no idea how they're taking all of this. Michelle, hair from the head would have a different end than arm hair. Arm hair doesn't get haircuts. Has anyone said if this is a arm hair or a head hair? I don't believe anybody has identified the source of the hair, the type of the hair. What did they say it was? It was like about an inch long, I think. Was it that long, or was it half an inch? I don't remember now. Seemed like maybe a little long for an arm hair, but some guys have pretty hairy arms. I don't know. I don't believe that has been specified. Hank Brennan's floating timeline. If you look at the odometer of the Lexus shown during trial and then look at the key cycle chart, the chart and the trigger they are using of the 3-point turn is difference equal to the distance from Canton to Dayton. At least that is what my math showed. The odometer reading, I wrote it down, but I think I wrote it down yesterday, maybe a couple days ago now. I think that was during Evan Brent. Was that during Evan Brent testifying? No, he was the one that went to the scene. Zachary Clark. Was it him who photographed? Yes, it was him that photographed the odometer, showed 12,665. That was how we had to try to sort all this out in the first trial because we didn't have any sort of timestamp. We just had a trigger event. The key cycle is what we called it back then. We had the mileage readings. And then that was just it. We had these things kind of in relationship to each other. And so the odometer reading played an important role when we were trying to make sense out of this in the first trial, because yeah, there's a jump from, there should be a big jump, right? Between when you start the car and drive it to Dayton, there should be a big jump in the odometer after that. And so how does all of that correspond? And then you have to take into account, what did the law enforcement do with the car after they received it? Okay, we got to count these cycles where they took it off the flatbed, put it in the Sally port, then backed it out of the Sally port and did their drive testing with it. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to play out. I mean, we've got Alessi here. So if there's discrepancies in the data, I have full confidence that they are going to be elaborated on over the course of this cross-examination. So I will take this as a we'll see. I remember this being an issue in the first trial. We'll see if it's something that they capitalize on here. A little bit of a discrepancy perhaps between the mileage readings and what we are being told to accept as timestamps. TCP, any thoughts on Brennan mispronouncing Alessi's name in front of the jurors? Not really. He just seems to do that. I wouldn't think it looks good if you're calling him something and everybody else in the courtroom is calling him Mr. Alessi. You know, why do you even have his name wrong? Don't really draw anything from it, but what do you think? Do you think this is meaning something specific? Is this like a, I don't know, a dig or something? Nashley 66, what if she used an automatic car starter? It shouldn't change the I mean, at least in theory, I don't know, because I don't know their testing. I don't know how they tested any of this. In theory, it shouldn't change. Okay, the ignition fires, and then 3 seconds later, the infotainment system starts, and you have that start time. In theory, that shouldn't change. However, the ignition gets triggered, whether it's done remotely, whether it's done by somebody sitting physically in the chair, you know, pushing the button with their own finger, whether you're using somebody else's finger. Let me get your finger over here. You know, it shouldn't matter. Just whatever causes that ignition to take place. That would be my assumption, but I don't know, because they haven't communicated to me if it would make any difference if there was an automatic car starter. Whatever clever. We need the time difference among Lexus, John's phone, Karen's phone, and whatever appliance gives us the time Karen's phone or Lexus connects to the One Meadows Wi-Fi. Yeah, I would like to know, if I were going to reconcile all of these, what's the source of the timestamps for all of this different data? Because for me too, I'm not satisfied with just John's phone, because we already know there's a difference between the Waze app time and the phone time. And I don't know what's been reported in this trial. I'm pretty sure it's the Waze app time, which is the monotonic clock. And so there's a difference between that and the display time on the clock. The health data, I assume, is in the display time. But again, I don't know. We've kind of gotten all these little bits and pieces of a puzzle to put together, but they haven't really been fully reconciled yet. So yeah, I'd want to know the source of data for all of the information that they're relying on. Where are you getting this time from? And then how can that be reconciled? Because Karen's phone too. I don't know if it was her phone or if it was the Lexus that connected to the Wi-Fi. My sense is it's the Lexus, because it's new information, right? We didn't have that information in the first trial, did we? Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. That's why that's why they had to come off of the 12:45 time. First theory of the accident was it happened at 12:45 because of Jen McCabe's reports about seeing the Lexus outside. But then they got that information about the Wi-Fi connection to the Wi-Fi. So it must be her phone. They must have gotten that from her phone data if they knew it before. Yeah, all of these things would really need to be reconciled. Now, I'd expect 2 iPhones to more or less be synced, because they would be pulling their time from the iPhone server. And I don't know where the iPhone, the Apple server is pulling it from, but I would expect it to be feeding the same time data out to any phone that is that's connecting. That's my expectation, but I don't know. Nobody said one way or the other. Barry Maddox, I'm a digital forensics examiner. Gray key is hardware based and can be used for extractions, but has the ability to brute force to get code when don't have it. Brilla is for vehicles, like Celebrite for phones. That was my guess, that it's basically, Celebrite is both the physical and the software, right? You have the actual machine that you connect to the phone that does the extraction, and then it also has the software to be able to parse it. So that was kind of my understanding of what this Brilla thing was. And that's probably, my guess is it's through the OBD. You plug it into the OBD port, it reads it just like you'd plug a phone into Celebrite. Whatever the hardware is. I forget what the name of the hardware is. So, or the gray key. Good information. Thank you for kind of confirming that suspicion that I had. Rhonda, Iowa girl, this Lexus clock doesn't sync to anything. It's independent, so it means absolutely nothing. My kitchen clock syncs to more than her car does. It syncs to my iPhone and oven. You can't possibly use the car's clock. Well, apparently it does sync to GPS, but we don't know when or how often or how or what GPS. Like what does that even mean? Is there like a unified GPS satellite system that would all be communicating the same date and time to each other? I mean, I assume it's, a network up in the sky. That's what GPS is based on. So I'd expect the phone to be tied into that. Not the phone, the car. The car, just based on the testimony. Expect the car to be tied into that. Why would that be so different than what Apple, for example, would be reporting for the time? Wouldn't these all be geared to UTC? I don't know, guys. I don't know. And pardon my ignorance here, but don't there start to be issues with time when things are up in space? I know it gets real complicated with relativity and some of that stuff. So I don't know how far into space you have to go before time starts behaving differently than it does on Earth. And that's probably not even the right way to describe what's happening. So I don't know if that even affects any of this either. You smart people in the chat can let me know if I've just lost my mind, or if that's another potential discrepancy that would need to be accounted for if we're looking at space-based sources of calculating time and Earth-based events that are going on. I just don't even know. Rhonda, Iowa girl. So this guy is an expert in all fields: cars, iPhone, location, data. I just can't. I just saw somebody, people tag me and stuff on Twitter. So I checked it when I was getting my tea. Somebody tagged me into this post about Burgess graduated with a 2.9 GPA from community college. And he wants to come tell the crash daddies from ARCCA that they're wrong. Yeah, he does. He's certainly an expert in errors and misinterpretations, isn't he? Amanda, Mr. Burgess has also gotten the talking points. The defense is trying to malign us and mislead you. Yes, it's our misrepresentation. It's not your bad reporting. It's not your sketch behavior. That's the defense is wrong. They're to blame for everything. Bobby 0081, is Aperture paid hourly? Wouldn't he need permission to bill the Commonwealth for more analysis? I doubt he took initiative and did free work. No, that seems unlikely, doesn't it? It's the kind of thing your boss tends to not like you doing is giving away their time that they are still paying you for. I don't know if it's paid hourly or if it's paid by job. It can be both ways. So usually what I'm accustomed to when I would hire an expert, you would have a scope of work, and that would define what are the tasks that need to be completed. And, ideally the time it's going to take you to get that done. And then you would have an estimate of how much time it's going to take us to be able to complete those tasks. And then we multiply the hours it's going to take by your hourly rate. And that's our cost estimate. So that's the bid. Because I worked as a public defender, I would need to do this routinely because I have to get my costs pre-approved. I don't get to just be like, yeah, whatever, send the bill and somebody will figure out a way to pay it. We'll, forward it to accounting. I got to have the judge sign off ahead of time that this is reasonable and it's authorized. So that's what I'm used to seeing. I have never seen any sort of arrangement where it's like, hey, go ahead and just spend as much time as you want doing whatever you want, and just go ahead and bill for it, whether it's within the scope of your work or not. Never heard that. Guys, I have such a real smart husband that he sometimes sends me really helpful stuff in the chat, and he's smart about a lot of things I'm not. So what he's shared with me, I'm just going to read to you. General relativity causes clocks on satellites to tick slightly slower due to weaker gravity, while special relativity makes them tick slightly faster due to their high velocity. The net effect is that satellite clocks run about 38 microseconds faster per day than ground clocks. GPS systems correct for this to maintain accurate positioning. So that answers my question. Yeah, there's kind of issues with it being in space, but that's accounted for because these are smart people, much smarter than me about these types of things, who already know that and know it better and have accounted for it. So SL, the way they're presenting this information, I'm getting a feeling they feel like they won't get the conviction on murder, so they're going for DUI. I've been waiting to see. I am still waiting to see if we get to instructions and the Commonwealth requests a lesser included on DUI, straight up boring old misdemeanor DUI. Yeah, I think the fix is in at that point. It's very clear now. You just want your pound of flesh, because it's the one thing that there's probably not that much dispute over. And she herself says, yeah, I was buzzed, had these drinks. She gave her own drink count in those interviews. Probably shouldn't have been driving. Would have been safer if I hadn't been drinking. But, you know, if the case was going to be concluded with a DUI conviction and nothing else, you could have achieved that by a plea bargain. I would be willing to bet quite a long time ago. I would bet Karen Reed would plead guilty to DUI if that was all that was on the table. So I think if this happens, the fix is in. It's just demonstrating they're so dug in. They have to be right that even a DUI, as long as it's some pound of flesh that they can get out of her, that's vindication for them having pursued this in the first place. Perhaps. Edward Kirkpatrick. Anyone remember Dr. Wolf's laugh and smile when asked about the Aperture report they received? He was probably thinking his kids do better science. Didn't make him quite as happy as his Canon, being able to make the Canon for his initial analysis. Didn't make him quite that happy, but there was a little buried snicker there, wasn't there? Rhonda, Iowa girl. He can't know. There is no way to know where his phone was precisely. Their own expert already testified to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go back through my notes to see what they said. But one, there was a lag between the location, you know, registering. There was a time lag in some of these events taking place in the phone. And yeah, there's variance in the GPS accuracy, precision. And so, I mean, all I can tell you is that it seems to me that when the data says what they want it to say, the data is good. And when the data says what they don't want it to say, the data is bad, or it's imprecise, or it's inaccurate, or it can't be relied on, or it's meaningless. That's the best I can make out of it because, yeah, I thought we'd already heard about issues with trying to infer too much from this location data. If we can't even use it to put John O'Keefe on the front lawn, you know, let alone inside the home, when it seems to show movement towards the front door, then I don't know how we can use it to identify exactly when a 3-point turn is taking place. Feral AF, any new filings from the defendant? Shouldn't there be? I haven't seen any yet. I mean, based on the ruling, is that the thought process? Based on the ruling that Judge Cannoni made, I don't know that there's really any point. They've made their record for appeal purposes about what their argument is and what the basis is. They have. The one thing that I would like to see crystal clear that it's made into the record is Mr. Alessi offered up the pages from the report that he said showed the change in the time. Mr. Brennan offered up the entire report, I guess. It's not clear that those are in the record. If it's not marked, if it's not clearly marked, has an exhibit number, then it's not clear that it's in the record. Sometimes people hand up bench copies of things, bench copies. And we've heard a lot about, you know, Judge Bev wants copies of this and that and the other. Bench copies are for the judge's own use. They don't end up in the record. So if you want to end up in, make sure, you know, what you've handed up is in the record, you need to make sure it is treated as an exhibit and not as a bench copy. So not clear to me that those pages from the report that Mr. Alessi handed up are anything but bench copies. So they may not be in the record. I would like to see that filed and clarified to be sure, because that is part of the basis of arguing this is a surprise. They've gone and changed it. And so it seems to be that Dr. Welcher had a presentation where he asserted a certain time frame based on, at least in part, this data that he got from Ian Whiffin and the data that he got from Mr. Burgess. And now that is shifting because of this new report. And they're saying it's not a change. Well, I mean, if the slide said 12:31. And because of the clock drift, we're shifting it to 12:32. Yeah, that's a change. So I would want that to be substantiated in the record. As far as that, anything else needing to be filed, you got to kind of play it by ear during trial. Make your oral record as best as you can. If you need to supplement it with exhibits or supplement it with specific legal briefing, okay. But the reality is most of these decisions are happening on the fly anyway. Do you really think Judge Bev is going in and reading the written briefing very carefully and reading the cases that are cited and evaluating the law and the rules in order to make her decision? No, of course she's not. Of course she's not. So does it really matter from a practical standpoint? Only if they need to preserve the record in some way, and they haven't been able to do that with their oral arguments. My Mini 67, the heroic hair. Okay, as previously noted, the discrepancy between the clocks in the order of 30 seconds is irrelevant because according to all the data, Karen Reed is on the home Wi-Fi 3 minutes after the Commonwealth claims he was hit. Yeah. Yep. What was the end? I don't know if the end was 12:31:43, but if we add the 29 seconds to it, oh, good God, don't make me do math in my head. What's 43 plus 29? 72. So it's 12. It gets us to 12:32:12. Oh, that's right, because it's the 4 seconds before. The trigger event ended at 12:32:12. Then, yeah, it's less than 4 minutes later. I mean, I don't know what the seconds were when we had the Wi-Fi connection, but it's in the ballpark of 4 minutes later that she's connecting to the Wi-Fi. That's always been another part of the problem with the timeline. You know, you want to shift it earlier, but that's going to cause problems with, vehicle data and all this other stuff. You shift it later, you run into the problem with the Wi-Fi connection. How is she supposed to get back to Meadows that fast? But even with this, there's steps for 4 seconds after the adjusted event stops. I don't know how they get past that. The rural juror, the butt dials are also important because they've been teased to the jury. AJ asked Yuri Buchanan about calls between the Bryans. He didn't say butt dials, but he said them in his opening, did he? He talked about the epidemic of the butt dials. Didn't he talk about that in his opening? So if he brought it up in his opening, that's a commitment you really need to follow up on. You don't really want to drop that. I'm going to check and make sure. Yep. It came up in the opening where he says at 2:22, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert have this conversation and they lie about it. So it's been teased in opening. I think he's got to follow up on that. Thunder Horse, the cat tracker. Microdots just put out a clear video of Brian Higgins at the station moving cars. I haven't seen it. Microdots does good stuff, so feel free to check that out if you are interested in. I'm sure it will come across my timeline very soon. Lori Bobori. Now we need to put cars into airplane mode since the car can autonomously resync itself at any time and making it appear to now be accurate when it was not at the time of the event. If we don't know when the clock is updating or changing, then it makes it very difficult for us to know what time these clocks correspond to at all, doesn't it? If there is some drift between the GPS-based satellite clock and the other systems that this clock is interfacing with, I don't know how those get reconciled if you don't know when was the last time, is it connected to a satellite clock and then it runs on its own internal clock based on that? So we would need to know the amount of drift between its own internal clock and the satellite clock. Is that what I'm understanding how this works. It just syncs periodically. I mean, I don't know. It's all very unclear. And I'm telling you, as the party with the burden of proof, the Commonwealth should not be making stuff unclear. They should be making this as crystal clear as possible, as simple as possible, as easy to understand as possible. If understanding it benefits their position and makes it easier for us to see, oh, that's how this proves that Karen hit John O'Keefe with a car. So the fact that they are not making it simpler should really speak volumes. L'Enfant, Andrea, I rewatched 38 Fairview Road video when solo cups were brought in. Watch the cop hold them like a football, no gloves, fingers inside them. Horror. I'll have to go rewatch that. I didn't see that. Yikes. Fingers inside the cups. Just another little bit of the care that was exercised in this investigation. Nass, what's the point of a sequestration order if the penalty is you get crossed extra hard? What is normal remedy for violation? Normal remedy for a violation of a sequestration order is exclusion. The witness doesn't get to testify because you infer. Either you assume the worst, that they did it for a reason, because the whole reason you have the sequestration order in the first place, to avoid tailoring the testimony. So if they violated that, you infer they did, or at least they could have, and that's the risk now. That's the normal remedy. But you get crossed extra hard. Like, yeah, getting crossed extra hard is something the Sixth Amendment says you get to do. The judge doesn't get to say, you can cross this witness less hard than that witness. That's not up to her. They get crossed as hard as the evidence allows them to be crossed. Good question. Normal remedy would be to exclude a witness that's violated the sequestration order. And if the attorney has assisted them in that violation, the attorney is in contempt. The attorney has violated a court order, so there would be sanctions there as well. D Brown 83, watching this witch hunt is exhausting. Thank you for all your hard work. I wonder why Jen McCabe didn't think that Karen meant she hit John O'Keefe with her hands and not her car. Yeah, she put all this together in her own mind because of that. Somehow, did I hit him was confusing to her, meant nothing. Why would you be saying that? You're crazy. But then as soon as she turned it into I hit him, declarative, it was so meaningful and impactful that she will never forget it. Suddenly, that's when it all became clear. Yeah, I don't know. She's trying to tie it all together with, well, Karen showed me the taillight, and so that's how I knew it meant the car. But it's all a very convoluted and not particularly, in my opinion, persuasive account. Josh H., if Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe at 24 miles per hour, there would be more than touch DNA on the taillight housing and one strand of hair. There would be a splatter, wouldn't there? You hit a fly at 24 miles an hour, what happens? Yeah. I suspect there's going to be a little bit more. 24 miles an hour might not be enough to actually splatter a human, but I'm going to expect more than a little bit of trace DNA, that's for sure. Marianne, they know Karen didn't do it. How can they with any morals continue with this shenanigans? They think they can prove it, and if they just find exactly the right person, dump Trooper Paul after his supplemental report. How devastating is that? Dump him and go to Aperture to keep trying to find a basis to prosecute Karen. The answer is built into your question here. With any morals, that's the qualification that you need to consider perhaps let go of. That's how this prosecution is continuing. There are no morals in the way. Ms. Holmes 66, why not have a Lexus professional testify about everything on Karen's vehicle? Wouldn't they know best? Thank you, Andrea and Jeff. Possible. possible source of information, possible witness that could explain some of this stuff. Not sure if they would have the expertise to know how we would identify, which person at Lexus would be the right person. Possible. They're not forensics experts, so that might be part of the issue as well. Going back and reconstructing something is different than what you programmed it to do at the front end. But obviously there's a relationship between those things. So yeah, maybe the answer is built into this question too. If Lexus would know better, maybe that's why we wouldn't ask Lexus. Colors flight. Heavy duty ratchet wrench with a 5-point E-Torx bolt on to make circle with a star pattern. J is the side of the wrench. Split is several hard hits. Okay. 5-point Torx bit to make a circle with a star pattern. That's the pattern of the skull fracture. I'm taking it. J is the side of the wrench. So a couple of hard hits. Maybe. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what the explanation is. Now, I kind of expect a star pattern from a fracture if it's like a fine point, something that's fairly fine but still blunt, so it's not like piercing, it's not like cutting your skull, it's not like an axe through your skull or something like that. So it's a blunt impact, but it's just concentrated in a small area. I would sort of envision that, but I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to correlate this with things I've seen in real life, like bullet holes on windows or whatever, and your skull is not a window, so is it going to behave the same? I don't know. Probably in some respects, yes, and in some respects, no. It's a different material. So I'm really just waiting for the experts to fill us in on this. Colors flight, I have pictures I can send to you. Go right ahead. I'll take a look. But like I said, I'm going to wait for the experts to tell me what I should be inferring about these injuries. Shiraz, be in trouble 31 in chat saying, unless Toyota interprets data, it's not valid because bypassing code allows Commonwealth to edit that data. Therefore, yet more spoiled evidence. That definitely does seem to be where Alessi is going with it, doesn't he? With the bringing Tully back into it, with the lack of literature on doing this. And you just sort of decided we're going to go straight into the chip and then follow this non-standard procedure. When it's awfully weird that the chip worked just fine on your Exemplar vehicle, but not on Karen's. That kind of seemed like what the implication was to me that Mr. Alessi was building up to, but we're not quite there. And I think, I'm not sure if we're not quite there because we're still getting into some of the other phone data or just what exactly. But I got that implication loud and clear. If it's locked, part of the reason why it's locked is to protect, you would think, to protect the data. The car can't get hacked. Car can't get corrupted. Does make sense to me. So yeah, you go through and modify that. They then I would expect they can't vouch for what is there on that chip because you've bypassed their procedure for protecting the chip. Kelly, objection beyond the scope of all reality. Couldn't they have asked RN for his phone to check their arrival time and departure? I'd be interested to see where they were when 3-point turn apparently occurred. I mean, what we know from the timeline so far is that the 3-point turn supposedly took place over there on Cedar Crest. This is the time frame when they missed the turn. So they missed the turn onto Fairview on Cedar Crest. It would have been a left-hand turn, but they overshot it. So they did the 3-point turn to get back. This is supposedly, I thought this was about the time frame when John turned the Waze on. But now I'm confused about that because we seem to have Waze data leading up to this point. So the Waze was already on when we are turning around in Cedar Crest. And so then approached Fairview from the other direction. That's when they had that encounter at the intersection with Heather Maxon, Ricky D'Antano, and Ryan Nagel, where they flashed the light so Karen could make the right-hand turn because she has the right of way and would go anyway. But you guys tell me in Massachusetts, it's normal to flash your lights to let somebody know they could go. You would never do that in Washington. Like, oh my God, of course they can go. They have the right of way. The only question is whether they are going to try to get you to go, even though they have the right of way. So that is the 3-point turn that they are saying happened was over there on Cedar Crest. That's what they're offering us. I saw what looked like a 3-point turn coming out of that driveway in Dighton. Right, the back out, and then the going up onto the flatbed. That looked a lot like a 3-point turn, didn't it? I wonder if the phone registered that. If the phone registers 3-point turns, did it register that one? And if not, why not? Guys, remember I think this might even go back beyond the first trial. I don't remember if this was testified to in the first trial or if it was from the reports and we knew about it and we're waiting for it to be like impeachment material in the first trial. But wasn't it Matt McCabe who initially said he saw the tracks out in the street and it was tracks showing a 3-point turn? They were initially trying to make Karen's car make a 3-point turn right out in front of 34 Fairview. Isn't that curious? Why would that be? Why would that be? Are they looking for a 3-point turn to try to find something to anchor this collision to? I don't know, guys. It's all quite messy. Teddy Bear 1287. I think the Commonwealth has successfully given themselves a bit more time in the time Karen drove home. Timestamp of power off is 12:41. Voicemail in garage. Timestamp of power off is 12:42. Voicemail in garage at 12:41. Wi-Fi connection 12:36. Yeah, I mean, they bought themselves more time. I don't quite see yet how this adds up with the rest of the data. I mean, I guess we are to infer she sat in the car for 5 minutes before leaving the voicemail. Is this when she was making all those calls to John's phone that went unanswered? I don't know. It's too much data to keep, in your head. So we know the jury is probably not doing that either. The jury is probably lost on this as much as the rest of us. But yeah, so what does that mean? Are you saying then that Karen sat in the car for 5 minutes? I don't know. It's very unclear what their story is in all of this. Kelly, objection beyond the scope of all reality. I wonder if Bev is a kinesthetic learner as she has to keep moving. I am one and I have to doodle, flick pins, wiggle in my seat to stay focused. I'm a pacer. I do. I like to get up and walk, talk. This sitting is not necessarily like my best thinking environment. So I'm with you. I'm a peripatetic, as the Aristotelian school used to be described, because they would walk around the marketplace in Athens, do their classes. She could be. She needs to do that swivel thing in the chair, the rocking in the chair. I would need some proof that Bev is learning before I could validate this particular inference. Can we see Bev learning? Duncan, Idaho. I'm not judging him for balding at all, but the psychology of people who keep a little tuft and try to comb over from behind, fascinating. A lot of interesting psychology when it comes to vanity, isn't there? I'm fascinated with vanity. I mean, we all have a little bit of it, right? Some of us have a lot of it. what you think you're putting over on other people versus what you're not. I think there's a lot of dysmorphia with stuff like this. I do tend to think, you guys in the chat, you can tell me if I have a general trend correct or not, but I'm just going to put it out there. As dysmorphia, like general dysmorphia as a trend goes, I would posit that women tend to have a dysmorphic view of themselves as less attractive than they are in reality. Men tend to have a dysmorphic view of themselves that is more attractive than they are in reality. Neither of us, our self-perception actually corresponds with reality. I guess reality in this situation is just being gauged on what other people think. The consensus, if you could ask the whole universe, do you notice that guy's bald spot? They're all going to say, yes, we see the tuft and the comb and we see the balding. But that guy, does he look at the mirror and think, does he see the same thing the rest of us do? I'm betting that he doesn't. I think that fits my worldview anyway. On the little confirmation bias there, fits my worldview that, men see something far more attractive in the mirror than the rest of the world does. And women see something far less attractive in the mirror than the rest of the world does. Just an interesting little product of our programming. She's like, Texas gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much for that. What a great gift. Very generous of you. The chat must have blown up and turned green when that happened. Thank you for that. Michael Muddragon, this guy doesn't even have a BS and BS. I can't go for that. No can do. He doesn't even have a BS and BS. No, his BS is pretty low quality, isn't it? It's like kindergarten level. Can your kindergartner tell a better lie than this guy? Maybe. Sandra, lobster. This is Boston. Lobster. My bad. Lone Wolf 482 add cheddar bay biscuits. I don't know, that lobster is getting a little oversteamed, perhaps. Maybe a little too long in the pot on that one. Start to feel like you're chewing on the sole of a boot. Maybe just throw it out altogether and just have the biscuits. Hypnotizes lobsters. This is my moment. Hey, I'm glad you got to have your moment, man. It was perfect. Sometimes the universe just smiles on you and you didn't know that today was going to be the day, but here it is. Congratulations on your moment. Josh H., the voir dire Alessi wanted of Burgess would have revealed this. Bev denied that request. Oopsie. Yeah, all of this line of questioning about Hank's stretching of the truth, that we're sure Bev is going to be so gravely concerned about that misrepresentation. Received the report completely out of the blue, didn't even know it was coming. Other than that phone call he had the day before, and other than the letter saying pursuant to your request. She denied it, so now it's out, and now the jury has heard it, and now the jury is making whatever out of it that they think it warrants. Sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for. Justin Wright, good job, Auntie Bev. You done goofed when you decided the stakes experts did not need to be qualified before the case was presented to a jury. Yeah, did they challenge Burgess? I don't remember a Daubert Lanigan on Burgess, but might have been helpful to establish his basic certifications and qualifications to do the work he's representing. Reality is he's going to clear the bar anyway because he's got those, certificates from Celebrite and Magnet and so forth. And he's testified in court before. So the fact that he's lied about his academic background doesn't actually make him unqualified. It just makes him uncredible. Lisa T, thanks for all you do, Andrea. Free Karen Reed, free Richard Allen. The world is watching from Norway. Welcome from Norway. Thank you so much for caring about what is going on over here in our corner of the world. You don't have to. I would like to think that it doesn't really matter for all intents and purposes for your daily life, you know. What happens in random criminal trials over here in the United States. So the fact that you care about it, I really do appreciate that. Means a lot. You probably know far more about our justice system than the average person could probably tell you about Norway's legal system. Instances of criminal justice in Norway. Lacey Lace, we're going to need Buchanan's dictionary for all these new terms. We got some good vocabulary from Alessi today, didn't we? Mendacity. Do you think this witness jumped right off the stand and went to look up mendacity? It's a pretty good burn. Pretty good burn. That's an above community college word, mendacity. So no, he doesn't know it. Thorne PhD, could they move to exclude his entire testimony? How did the Commonwealth not know? Credibility doesn't go to admissibility. It just goes to weight. He's qualified to give the opinion. Just goes to his weight that he lied about having a degree that he doesn't have. The degree itself is not essential to his qualification. At least not how I see it. So I don't see that happening. And the reality is at this point, his testimony is in. The jury's heard it. So you just make the most hay that you can out of his rather messy personal history. Susie H, I say just jump up and run and keep running. He kept getting redder and redder and redder. I'm waiting for the Violet Beauregard moment. Is he going to actually burst up there? No, he didn't. He didn't even cry. He actually held up fairly well under that, other than the bright shade of red purple that he became. Odin's martyr. Do expert witnesses get mental health and support in the event of losing everything from a cross? It feels like he's in jeopardy of his world crashing. I don't know if that's one of the fringe benefits that you get from working at Aperture. Does Aperture provide you with access to counseling when you get your ass absolutely handed to you during a cross-examination? I don't know. Might offer out some thoughts and prayers for this guy, because he's going to have to come back for more tomorrow. Discworld Edge Witch. When the defense requested a voir dire, is it me, or was the defense trying to save the Commonwealth from themselves, at least in part? I mean, they wanted a voir dire, I think, to have the same sort of standard with respect to the grave concerns applied to the Commonwealth that had been applied to them. If we're going to be accused of misrepresenting the facts to the court because of these statements in the pleading about not paying ARCCA, when we never did pay ARCCA for their opinion, but just for their time testifying in the first trial, surely you're going to also have some grave concerns about the timing of all this, the process, the how's it come about, who knew, how is it communicated, etc. Seems to me like they were asking for the voir dire just so that they could have an equal playing field. And lo and behold, they can't even get that. No concerns. It's out on cross now, and the jury has heard it. And you're still not going to get any grave concerns. So no, I don't think they were really trying to do the Commonwealth any favors with this. I don't know that they were going to elicit the degree problems anyway with the voir dire. The request was to talk about the circumstances of this amended report. when and how it came about. Because it is remarkably coincidental that Ian Whiffin testified on May 7th, like right in this time frame, and gets crossed. And they realize, oh crap, the timeline doesn't work. And then the very next day, he's got a supplemental report, and his supplemental report just happens to say it's per the request of Hank Brennan. Yeah. Now the jury has just heard it all. Was that smart in retrospect? Maybe not, but defense is just pointing out we're gonna elicit this no matter what. And we already know judge is gonna brush it off. So maybe this has worked out for the better. Ian Kelly, lobster boil a la Burgess. Some Old Bay for everybody, guys. She's like Texas gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that. We love seeing the chat turn green. All those folks get their membership. It's very generous of you. Plain Whisperer, for anyone who has struggled to fund and earn a Bachelor of Science degree necessary for their profession and credentials, I have no sympathy for this fraud. Nobody who has done it the hard way has sympathy for the people who cut the corners. Nobody. I mean, I don't care what area of life you're talking about. I don't care if you're talking about immigrating to the country. I don't care if you're talking about getting qualified for a certain profession. I don't care if you are talking about, developing the skills and attributes to attract a good partner. Okay. The people who do it the hard way have very little respect for the people who take the shortcuts. Sentient Dreamer, has this cross by Alessi devastated the Commonwealth's case so far and rehabbed the defense's ARCCA's previous information? I'm so glad to see Alessi discredit SB. I mean, I think that it has pretty well damaged the idea that the Commonwealth has facts, science, and data to support their opinion, because this guy is a fraud. And so how are we relying on what he says? But even if he does, even if we did rely on what he said, we still have timeline problems. We have John taking steps. We're just about to get into the pocket state activity. We still have this action taking place after the event occurred. After the event ended, John is still taking steps for 4 seconds. I don't know how you get to that. I don't know how you get to this happens at 12:32 something and Karen connects to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36. You still have a timeline problem, even if we give this guy full credit. So, I mean, has this devastated the Commonwealth's case? No. I mean, the Commonwealth's case has the same problems it's always had. Maybe this has just illustrated the fraud that underlies all of it. It's put a picture, put a photograph on what that looks like. But the case has always been trash. And so even if you accepted this guy, it's still not a good case for facts, science, and data. I don't know that this really affects ARCCA one way or the other. ARCCA, we are just waiting for ARCCA to come in and please enlighten us on any of this. Please shed some light on it. Because I don't know how I'm supposed to take anything this guy says seriously. Lake Dude, you ever seen those World War II documentaries with Marines shooting flamethrowers into enemy bunkers? I always thought that footage was black and white. Kind of what this looked like, didn't it? Kind of what it looked like when the, I remember from like Saving Private Ryan, I remember they would sneak up on the tank and dump the grenade in through the, You know, the little view slot there on the tank. Kind of what it looked like today. Grenades from every angle. Bobby 0081, is there a record of what takes place at Sidebar? Yes, there should be Sidebar transcripts. We just don't get to see them until a public transcript is produced. Last trial, they were all impounded. This time, the defense objected, said they shouldn't be. They should be part of the public record. The defense is correct about that. There's only very limited conversations that they would be having that should be exempt from public disclosure. So yes, it's in the transcript. We should get to see the transcript whenever the transcript is produced, if a transcript is produced. Jay Coop, can the defense ask for a dismissal, especially after today? They're not going to get it. Yes, they can ask. It's not going to be based on any sort of weighing of the evidence or determination that the evidence is good or not good. That's not a basis for dismissal. But dismissal can be a sanction for misconduct and possibly some cause for some grave concerns here by Judge Cannoni about the candor that goes to the gamesmanship, that goes to the ambush, that goes to the fairness of the trial and the right to present a defense. So conceivably, is there a court out in the nation that would grant a dismissal based on this type of conduct? Yes. Yes, there is. But is that this court? No. So maybe they will, but not holding my fingers crossed. Ferre Nature. SB is the one who can re-testify, right? He is. Yeah, he's the one that they can call back and have rebuttal. Can he still testify again when he no longer works for Aperture? Oopsie, someone should tell him Clarence makes a great color correcting makeup. He needs like a green. He needs like the green mask to put all over his face to cover up all that red. Come up with something that looks like a skin tone. Yeah, he's the one that gets to be called back for the extra rebuttal after ARCCA testifies. How do we think that's going to go now? This has gone so well. So well so far. He's devastated himself before the crash daddies have even showed up with their very impressive credentials and manner and all of that. Yeah, how'd the poll go? I didn't see how the poll. Oh, the poll is at 85% no job after 4 p.m. today. He's already fired, perhaps. And Cat 100, alessination, new verb from Great Chat. Yeah, you need to alessinate somebody with your facts, your information that they can't escape from. You can try to evade and you can try to get help from the judge. It doesn't matter. He knows how he's going to get there. Teddy 617, thanks for the daily insights and entertainment, Andrea. It's like watching a murder trial wrapped in a law lecture wrapped in a comedy roast. You're the GOAT. Truly appreciate what you do. Well, thank you for that. That's such a nice thing to say. I'm trying to be the color commentator, guys. That's my goal. I've always enjoyed the color commentators when I watch a sporting event, the ones that have been in, they've been there. They know what is happening on a level that people who haven't played the game or whatever would know. So I always liked, one of my favorites has always been Roy Jones Jr. I love him as a commentator for boxing because he knows boxing so extremely well and knows it from the inside out, knows all aspects of it, and he's just very good at describing it. And so I've always enjoyed that because it just helps you put into context a lot better what you're saying. That's what I try to do, give you guys a little bit of color, help you see things a little bit the way that maybe the lawyers are inclined to see them. There can be a big mental disconnect between the way lawyers think and the way the rest of the world thinks. So just doing my part to try to make that all a little bit more accessible. So I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad you find it fun. Do come back. We'll be here for the long run. Skippy one, dear Mr. Brennan, pursuant to your request, I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. First sentence of Shanon's letter to Brennan, Canoni knew before her ruling. What a crook. Yeah, she had the entire report, huh? The entire supplemental report. I don't know if Alessi gave her this page or not, but Brennan did if he gave her the entire report. So she would have already known this. She would have already known it says on it pursuant to your request. No voir dire, nothing, no grave concerns of any kind. Yep, good catch there, Skippy. She knew. She just didn't care. It's me, the supposedly sloppy control plus V, control plus P, cut paste, is giving this work smarter, not harder girly the giggles. Yeah, what exactly was cut pasted in any of this? The only thing that would be cut pasted, so I'll do this sometimes. You have a letter that's already addressed, it's already on your letterhead, it's already formatted. And so you might just go in and work from this original letter using it like a template. But I've never done that and like left the 4 words of the first sentence, especially when they don't belong. You would have to do that deliberately to go in and like highlight. You would just bold the whole content of the letter, right? And you just highlight it all, delete it, and then go in and write your letter. That's what it would look like if you were using your previous report as a template and just, updating it with this new thing. Isn't that how you would do it? So how did you not catch the pursuant to your request? You had to deliberately not highlight that and delete it. Not buying it. Not buying it. Lauren Boborin, I'm from Alabama. UAB is mainly a medical school. Hey, that's good to know. Good to know. University of Alabama at Birmingham. So not so much the place to go for your applied mathematics and business administration. Not so much that type of institution. Mike, this guy didn't go to the Jen McCabe school of denying familiarity with documents so they can't get into evidence. No, he's not smart enough. This guy is not smart. He's not smart. He doesn't know the game. Yuri knew the game far better than this guy. I don't know what Yuri's education is. I don't know if he's got a higher level degree than whatever this guy has. But Yuri knows a lot more about the court process and a lot more about how to make it difficult to get a document in if that document has information that is not helpful to you or to your case. But this guy doesn't know that. So he's just got to give it to him because he doesn't know if Alessi's going to be able to get it in anyway if he denies it. Sham, wow, I'm 60 and still want to be an astronaut. I hold my breath in the tub all the time. I also have a degree in BS. Yeah, I'm not one to shit on anybody's dreams. I'm almost 50 and there's a lot of stuff that I'd still like to do that is never going to happen. But, we can hold out hope. We can hold out hope. Hey, in another 10, 15 years, we may not be limited by this biological container that we inhabit. Yeah, it might not matter what your biological age is anymore, what you can do and can't do. So there's hope for all of us out there. Not that I am praying for the rise of transhumanism, but, may be inevitable. 3 Damon. Shanon Burgess is a digital forensic expert, like a garbage man is a sanitation engineer. Yeah. Good analogy here. Good analogy here. What would our layperson, our colloquial, or our euphemistic expression for digital forensic evidence, digital forensic expert be? Yeah, I don't know. But I see the analogy. I certainly see the analogy. He's a data composer. I don't know. Michelle, Andrea's post-trial talks reminds me of when I talk to myself alone in my car, venting frustrations. I have those moments sometimes going through the recap. It's like, guys, what did we just endure? What did we just go through? Yeah. TG, how much of this would you assign to corruption? How much to incompetence in percentage terms? I don't know. I can't try to put a percentage on it. Part of the problem here is that to the extent it is corruption, the corruption is designed as incompetence. That's part of the point. The weaponized incompetence with the not logging stuff into evidence, only photographing certain things and not others, the bizarre evidence collection and storage, all of that stuff. This is weaponized incompetence. It gives them that little bit of deniability that they need if they get called out on it. Oh no, it's not that we kept everything out in the Norfolk County DA's office so that we could put whatever pieces of plastic we wanted into whatever bags before putting them into evidence. It's not that at all. We just didn't know. We just made a mistake. It's giving them that deniability. The same thing with all the stuff with the Sallyport video. I don't know. It just was buried in Michael Proctor's file for some reason. We don't know. We don't know how or why. At a certain point, there is Hanlon's razor, of course. Never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by incompetence. And in general, I tend to find that a persuasive viewpoint, a persuasive perspective on things. Most of the time, it's not malevolent. It's just ineptitude because people don't care. And so they don't care about getting it right. They don't care about not making mistakes. There's a massive amount of incompetence out there relative to malice. But at a certain point, you start seeing a lot of incompetence, and you start seeing it in strange and unpredicted places where you wouldn't expect to see it. Like, for example, the death investigation of a fucking police officer. Kind of the last place you would expect to see all of this investigative incompetence. And you see it cluster. You see it all happening in this one case. Do they make these same mistakes in all of their cases? I tend to doubt it. So at a certain point, this much incompetence, it raises questions about, is any of this incompetence or is it malice? Is it corruption? I'm not prepared to put a percentage on it because, that's the whole point of what they're doing, is to try to create a blur the lines between what those things are. Carolyn Smith, as someone with a doctorate myself, a JD, same as you, would have been embarrassed for him as a juror. What are the chances jurors have an associate's as the bare minimum of their education? Love your work. I, bet it's probably pretty good. Just in general. Now, again, it's hard to say in Massachusetts because they have such a different method of summoning jurors into court at all than most other states rely on voter registration and driver's license records. And those, by and large, tend to be more concentrated in people with advanced degrees. So if you have a PhD, you are far more likely to vote than if you did not graduate from high school. You are far more likely to end up on a jury if you have some type of college education than if you didn't go to high school. In those jurisdictions, just because you're more likely to be summoned in the first place. Massachusetts, I don't know if that's different because they have their census that they draw their jury pool from. So maybe you would get a higher representation of people who don't have, some level of college. I don't know. I'm just embarrassed for him as somebody who is honest about my achievements and background. I would find that a little bit embarrassing. Imagine being called out for lying about a bachelor's. Yikes. Oliver Sutton, great stream and excellent commentary. AB and Jeff, born and raised in Mass, we are embarrassed and angry. You clearly expose this complete sham. It's gross. Well, it is gross. And once you see it, it's hard to unsee it, isn't it? It's very hard to unsee it once you see it. And then you just see it continuing to happen and continuing to play out. Things like that ruling that we got on Friday, just ridiculous. Like the fix is in. And now we see, we get the language from the report. It's even right there in the report, pursuant to your request. But nothing there to be alarmed by, nothing there to even question Mr. Brennan's representation that it came out of the blue and was a surprise to him, but not a surprise to the defense. The whole thing is a mess. And yes, it does look like this is just a formality in the minds of the court and the prosecutor. Karen Reid is going to prison. The question is simply, how are we going to push the wheel of this trial forward, this cart of this trial forward, so that inevitably ends up in that particular destination where we intend for it to go. Miss Shorty, your mama is embarrassed of you, sir. One in or not. Yeah, your mama would be embarrassed. Imagine your mama watching you on TV, your first big nationalized trial. The world is watching, and what gets covered? You lying about your school. Is that what your mama taught you, sir? Glamasuse, per the checkbook of the Commonwealth, they have not paid Aperture a dime. Aperture was doing work in 2024, yet not payments. Intriguing. Not normal to really carry a balance for an extended length of time like that. Carrying a balance for some time, like you work until project completion and then you get paid at the end, not unheard of. But if it's going to be a long and extended project, most places like to be paid along the way, and they got their own cash flow to deal with, especially if they're going out and buying Lexuses to test. Doing that for other clients, you got to make sure you're cash flowing your costs and so forth. So you typically don't like to have a lot of invoices sitting out there, a lot of time that has been unbilled, unpaid for. But this, it seems to be maybe a more special company. They seem to be a little special with their website and changing things within the last 72 hours and so forth. Paul Croak, Shannon Burgess tells ArcPoint Forensics YouTube channel that he got a degree in science that was 5 months ago. What a liar. Oh, interesting. I wonder if the defense knows about this. Prior inconsistent statement. It's admissible. It's admissible. Doesn't have to be sworn or anything like that. You can just show them the video. Is this a YouTube presentation that you did, an appearance that you had? And that's you, right? And these are your words. And here are you saying you got a degree in science. Oh, how easily the lies flow from practiced liars. And the only sign of any shame at all on that man on the stand is that bright color of red that he turned. That was it. That was the only shame over being caught in that lie. No, it's our misrepresentation, not him deliberately lying about his qualifications. Equality at Candy's Life wants to ask if, in order for the copies Bev wants to be part of the record, do they have to be only an exhibit or evidence versus a demonstrative? A demonstrative would get it into the record. Typically, when you're talking about an exhibit on a motion, where it's like a separate from, we're not talking about making it a trial exhibit. But sometimes you'll have a motion hearing, and as part of a motion hearing, you might take evidence, you might take testimony, and there will be exhibits that are admitted as part of that evidentiary hearing. And they'll typically have their own numbering convention or whatever. So I think we have maybe even seen this during some of the preliminary hearings, like with Dr. Russell. We'll mark the report, the CV, stuff like that. That's really what I'm talking about. Is you have it marked as an exhibit for purposes of the hearing. If that didn't happen, and it seems it didn't, then you can also just file it into the record. File it with a header sheet that just says, a cover sheet that says, it's a notice of submission. These are the copies of the items that were handed up to the bench at the whatever hearing, whatever date the hearing was on the motion to not allow ARCCA to have rebuttal witnesses, or just whatever the nature of the motion was. So you can file it in that way too. It's just, you got to make sure that it doesn't just get thrown in the trash, because in the judge's mind, well, these are bench copies, so they're mine to do with what I want, and I can just throw them away, which does happen sometimes. Judicial records, judicial notes and things like that, drafts, things that they scribble on, whatever, these are typically exempt from public disclosure. They're not considered part of the official record. So that's why this distinction between, is it a bench copy that no public interest and the judge can just do whatever she wants with it, versus, is this part of the record for the court proceeding? It really needs to be very clear. Sandy B. Matt's statement to police said he saw her make the 3-point turn. Yeah, I remembered he said it to police in one of the early interviews. I don't remember which officer it was that recorded that, but I do remember it was one of the first things he said. I couldn't remember if that came up at all during the first trial. And just I don't remember that off the top of my head. But yeah, he said it. He saw her make a 3-point turn. Weird how the 3-point turns are turning up, isn't it? I mean, is that just a coincidence? I don't know what we are to make of that. Said he saw her make a 3-point turn. Trying to tie that in with the time frame somehow. I'm not sure. Prime Finder, can we talk about sidebars again? Judge continues to call sidebars on her own. Normal/not normal. Are sidebar discussions ever part of the public record? I can't really say it's not normal for the judge to call their own sidebar. It's just that it just speaks to whether the judge is more of a micromanager of the trial process, or more of a hands-off, the parties have a job to do, and if they have an objection to raise, they'll raise it. If they have an argument to make, they'll make it. And if we need to go to sidebar to do that, we'll do it. Calling a sidebar by yourself, to me, is signaling much more micromanaging. I'm trying to get out ahead of things. I'm not even waiting for there to be an objection or any kind of issue. I'm going to spot it and take initiative to deal with it myself. And so the argument is whether that is really appropriate for a judge to be doing or not. My opinion, no, it's not. You are not one of the litigants. It's not your job to anticipate what they should do, or to project what you think they should do, or what you think the best thing is to do, or whatever. Your job is to call the balls and strikes that the parties pitch to you. It's not for you to decide to, get the ball yourself and check it and make sure that, you can throw a good sinker with it. That's not your role. So I consider it inappropriate because it is substituting her judgment of what is good advocacy for what her role as the judge is, which is to deal with the objections that are presented to you. Sidebar discussions, yes, are made part of the public record in the transcripts. They should always be. The first trial should not have been impounded. That's some bullshit. I don't see it. I don't see a basis for that. Frankly, it should be undone. But who's going to challenge it and try to get the rest of those? I don't know. Very limited grounds to close any portion of a trial process to the public. So the confidential juror information is probably the one that justifies it. But we're talking about confidential grand jury stuff. I don't think that matters. I don't think that is a basis for not letting the public see the basis of arguments made and rulings about how this trial is going to go in light of what the proffer's been. I got to catch up this weekend on the pretrial hearing in the Kohberger case, and God, it was like such a breath of fresh air in so many ways, because Hitler is a pro, okay? Like him or don't like him, whatever you think of his perspective, I look at him and I see a judge that is ideologically very inclined to side with the prosecutor, like every time. And frankly, that's kind of normal for this part of the country. I sort of expect that. It's not unusual. But he knows how to run a court. He knows how to run a trial. He knows how to anticipate problems. He knows how to make it clear what the expectations are. I have great anticipation now of an extremely professional, well-run trial happening in the Kohberger case. And part of that because everybody's on the same page and they know what to expect. And it's not this game of, well, you're going to have to read my mind to know what the objection is and what the basis is and stuff like that. No. There's no special rules. Anyway, that was a real breath of fresh air to hear some of that. But also, there was a funny thing I'll tell you about in a minute too. But he was talking about the public's interest in stuff, and recognizing, yes, this is a constitutional magnitude to such an extent that, hey, witnesses don't want to be on camera when they testify. They don't want to be live streamed out to the world. Too bad, so sad. Too bad, so sad. We might make an exception for the surviving roommates in the case because they are victims of the crime, and they may have some special rights in that regard. But some cop who does undercover work wants to not have to be on camera. Too bad, so sad. Public right is going to prevail. You're hearing stuff like that coming from Judge Hitler, and it's such a wonderful thing to hear. What was the funny thing I was thinking about? It's on my notes. I gotta find it real quick. Get the specific language. Oh, and the best way to ensure that the public accepts whatever verdict is reached is for the public to have the ability to see the evidence. Yes, thank you, Judge. It's like you've read my mind. It's like you've read my mind. Oh, I remember. It's when he was talking about how we're going to do objections in this court. This was part of it. This was fun, right? You're going to state a simple basis for your objection and not argue it. Not argue it in front of the jury. That's how you're going to do it. Like pretty much every court in the country. We're all on the same page. That's how you do objections. The part that was real funny was the exchange of the exhibits, where he says, you're going to have to share exhibits at least before the witness comes on the stand. Make sure that the other side knows what exhibits you're going to use with that witness, except obviously impeachment. Obviously, impeachment, you don't have to turn over ahead of time. Obviously. Who even does that? Apparently only Judge Cannoni over here when we're talking about the Karen Reed's reciprocal obligations. Only in her court is it not obvious that does not extend to impeachment evidence. I just had to share that because I thought you guys might get a little kick out of that like I did. B.S. Lehman. Massachusetts drivers generally do not honor the right-of-way. Safe driving presumption is you'll get cut off. Yeah, very different driving culture here. I talked about that a little bit. We err on the side of over politeness. It's annoying sometimes. You come to the four-way stop and the person who has the right-of-way will be sitting there like waving, trying to like wave the other people through, like trying to be polite. Like, no, like you cause more problems doing that. Just take your fucking right-of-way. Just do it. Not a problem in Massachusetts, I gather. Pro Gamer is gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your support for the channel. Very generous contribution. Whatever, clever. Skeptical using power on off info system is poor. Since it's using a secondary correlated source, there is a 3-second lag. So what time did you start the car if you turn it off before 3 seconds elapsed? Yeah, I don't know how any of this is going to register or be logged or be accounted for at all. All of this went to ARCCA in minute detail. So we don't have the details of his testing. All we have is what he's told us about his testing. And he's assured us that there was testing. Okay, so must be great because there was testing. All of that went to ARCCA. So they've had the chance to review this whole methodology. And if there are problems with it, I expect we're going to hear about it. I expect we're going to hear about it when ARCCA testifies. J-Man, was Karen Reed broken taillight an opportunity that fell in their laps? Can we learn from trying to work out what the plan would have been before that? I have considered this, yeah, that it wasn't never the plan to, we're going to frame Karen Reed like that was the plan at the start. I don't know what the alternative plan would have been. Maybe John will wake up and he'll be okay, and you know, it'll be a bad night for him, but otherwise no problem. Maybe we're going to pretend he was hit by a plow. Maybe we're going to chuck him out back and pretend he got hit by a train. I don't know what all of the different options were, but Karen Reed going on the search seems to have set off the chain of events, starting with the phone call that Jen McCabe made to Nicole. Right as Karen is getting into her own car at 5:07 and leaving One Meadows Avenue to go over to Jen's house. So I could definitely see a scenario where that is kind of where the decision point is being reached. We're going to try to avoid committing to too much at all until we absolutely have to. And I think we see that playing out potentially the following morning as well, because they didn't jump straight to it was Karen. They didn't even have that sorted out at the scene, that's what they were going to commit to. Because otherwise, if you already knew this was the setup, then you would point out to the first responders at the scene, hey, she had a broken taillight back at my house and she's been running around saying she hit him and she thinks that she hit him. If your plan was to frame her, you could have already had it going then. So the fact that they didn't, they had to build that after the fact, and not just after the fact, but in like the later, the call link back to the house after we've already given you a version of events. So yeah, it seems like maybe it took them some time to think that through and try to figure out how can we make this work? Are we going to make this work? Are we going to go in this direction? Are we going to just see what unfolds? No, they made the decision, it seems like to me, to go ahead and pin it on the girl. And then we have that call to Lank. Hey, Lank, come back to the house. And the rest is history after that. Judy V, I love your background. What is it? These are my piranha whale metal art made by the one and only Heidi Elkington. If you are not following her on Instagram, what are you even doing with your life? She's an amazing artist. I love everything that she does. I have quite a few pieces of hers in my house, around, all over. Just a lot of fun, very cool stuff. So go check out Heidi and get a load of what she can do. Extremely talented girl. I'm very lucky to be surrounded by amazing artists and creators in my life. 3 Damon, Shanon Burgess, BS, bovine scathologist. Possibly. Maybe that's what the BS stands for with him. The rural juror. I don't think anybody was shaming him about only having an AS. It's that he lied about having a BS. Yes, there's nothing wrong with having an associate's. It's having an associate's and claiming the expertise to be arguing with the PhDs is a little bit of a problem. Having an AS, lying about having a BS, having an AS, and then making all of these errors that you then turn around and blame other people for, that's what seems to be the problem. So there's nothing wrong with having an associate's degree. It's great to have an associate's degree. Kelly, objection beyond the scope of all reality. Who remembers the trial in the movie Sleepers? Well, this is so much and not even done on purpose. Hank Brennan is no Brad Pitt. He's the human form of Woody from Toy Story. Woody was more congenial, I think, than I would give Hank. Hank just strikes me as just like he's like a vicious little rat. He's used to being cornered. That's his game. He's used to being cornered and having to figure his way out of the trap. And that's the kind of background I guess I'd expect a mob lawyer to have. You have bad evidence against your client. You got to figure out, something. So that's the kind of just demeanor that I get from him. I get cornered rat. Not so much what I get from Woody. Woody is resourceful. Woody is helpful. Woody is honorable. I don't get Woody from Hank Brennan at all. Bev sitting on the scales. Hank Brennan wears Robert Alessi PJs. Just saying. Who's making Robert Alessi PJs? Is somebody merching that yet? If nobody has merched that yet, somebody needs to get some Robert Alessi PJs. We'd all get some, right? A nice Robert Alessi onesie. I think we would all help ourselves to something like that. All right, guys. I enjoyed your thoughts and your comments today. I mean, what did we even just see? My head is still spinning a little bit. I didn't know what we were going to get today, and I got a little bit of whiplash, boring DNA testimony that doesn't really seem to help the Commonwealth at all. To now we've got something exciting because it's the new guy that we haven't heard from yet, and we're going to get their theory. And we're going to get their correction, and we're going to get this cross. And then it turns out that the time adjustment doesn't really matter anyway. You still have timeline problems. And by the way, you're so dishonest that I don't know how we even get to your analysis really at all. How do we credit it? How do we give this any weight? Has the juror just turned their minds off to this guy? You'd be justified in it. Oh, he's a fraud. He's a fraud that makes up things so that he can get paid to go into court and say things. Why would I give that any weight? And we still got more to come tomorrow. I can't wait to see where this is going to go. Mr. Alessi understands primacy and recency. He's very good at landing pretty much every punch he throws. He's pretty good at that. Not a lot that misses. He missed on the 2015 resume, I think. Couldn't get that in. Okay. I mean, you already had 3 separate misrepresentations of his qualifications. The 4th, I guess it's okay to miss that. But he understands primacy and recency. He knows how to start strong. He knows how to finish strong. What's he going to finish with this guy? I got to wonder. He might just circle back and re-hit the same, oh, by the way, you're a fraud point that he started with, because boy, that is a strong one. Or he might have something completely new information. I don't know, but now I'm intrigued to see. Mia Camillaroy. Aussie here, up all night watching Bev's corrupt circus. Thanks for your commentary. Shame on Bev and Commonwealth. Well, thanks for joining us all the way from Aussie. It's really early in the morning there right now, isn't it? I don't know where exactly in Australia you are, and I know there's a lot of time zones in Australia, but I know all of them are quite a bit different from mine over here on the Pacific coast. So I do hope you get a chance to rest up and get some sleep at some point. Guys, sleep deprivation is lethal, man. That stuff will kill you. That stuff is so bad for you. One of the absolute best things you can do for yourself and for your well-being is to rest. One of the things that not everybody learns, but I think people who last in athletics learns. Not everybody who does athletics learns. But people who last learn is that where you make most of your progress is in your rest. You got to go work hard. Nobody's saying you don't have to work hard. You got to go work hard. You got to go push your limits. You got to go work a little bit harder every single day, but then you got to recover from it. Because if you do nothing but work, you wear yourself out, you get injured, you don't make the adaptations. It's when you rest that those adaptations happen. I can't tell you how many times I've taken a break from the gym, like a couple months, maybe a couple weeks. You leave and then you come back and it's like things have been wiring without you even noticing, and things flow better. You can see things better. It's just working in a way that it wasn't working before, even though you haven't been actually working on it. All you've done is rest. So make sure that you guys are getting enough rest. This is in part, I'm a little saying this out loud to perhaps kind of force myself to take a little accountability for this too, because getting up early over here for these streams. And I got to tell you, I'm not a born early bird. It is something that I have to learn and have to cultivate to make that work. So my inclination is not to be in bed trying to go to sleep at 8:30 at night. It's not not my natural schedule. I tend to be a night owl, guys. So left to my own devices, yeah, I would stay up later and then be like, oh shit, I got to get up at 4:45, and that's for like 4 hours from now. Can't do that. So we got to be disciplined about the rest. I will be if you will be, guys. We can do this together. It can happen. So all the more reason to get some good rest tonight, because we're going to come back for more Alessi Cross tomorrow. What else could we ask for? Are we going to go straight into Dr. Welcher after this guy is done? I think we might. So we're really getting into the heart of it from the Commonwealth. If this is the grand finale to their case, I got to tell you, I don't think it is quite the pyrotechnics they were looking for as a grand finale. We'll have to see. Garbage in, garbage out, right? If Dr. Welcher relied on this guy, can we just throw out Dr. Welcher? Can we dirty up all of Aperture at this point with their shenanigans with this guy's profile? there. He's trying to shift the blame onto them. I don't know. Maybe they wrote the CV. Yeah, maybe they wrote your LinkedIn profile and put all that stuff on it. It just makes them look bad now. Oh, they're the opportunistic liars who will make things up for a buck. Okay. Well, that's just going to tar Dr. Welcher too. I don't know how they get out of this mess that they've made for themselves, but that's what you get, I guess, when you don't carefully vet your experts. You can get some mishaps like this. So, hey, if this is the note that we're ending on, that means Alessi. We're concluding with Alessi crosses, and I like that. That makes me happy. I'm excited to see what Mr. Alessi has for old PhD Dr. Welcher and his theory of how all of this went down. We're close, guys. We're close. Get an actual theory of the side swipe that we've heard about. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for Trooper Paul's fever dream of the hitting the outstretched arm with the pirouette and the projection. I cannot wait seeing this fever dream be translated into science-y speak. Very intrigued. So, guys, we'll be back bright and early tomorrow. Do take care of yourselves. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Do just make sure you are giving yourself what you need so that you are your best self. Not just here in the chat and watching the trial and so forth, but all the time. We got to keep things in their appropriate perspective and know when it's time to put something aside, but also when it's time, kind of congregate and point and laugh at the spectacle that we are all watching unfold. We got to laugh, right? Because otherwise we would be here crying together. Unbelievable what we're seeing. So, guys, thank you all for being here. Thanks for your contributions. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for your clever comments in the chat. Thank you to the mods, keeping everything running smoothly. We appreciate you more than we can say. Thank you for those of you that are contributing to all the green, all of those membership gifts, seeing all this green flowing through the chat. We really appreciate all of you and this awesome place that we've built to come in and just enjoy this experience of watching the trial together. So with that, guys, I will look forward to seeing you all back tomorrow. Take care, get some sleep, and we'll see you then.